Okay, welcome everybody to the City of Yarra. Yarra City Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people as the traditional owners and true sovereigns of the land known now as Yarra. We acknowledge the Creator Bunjil, their ancestors and their elders. We acknowledge the strength and resilience of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung, who have never ceded sovereignty and retained their strong connections to family, clan and country despite the impacts of European invasion. We also acknowledge the significant contributions made by other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to life in Yarra. We pay our respects to elders from all nations here today, to their elders and to their elders past, present and future. Welcome everybody to the first meeting of the new regime here at Yarra Council. I just want to introduce you to first of all to the three councillors who were re-elected. Councillor Sophie Wade in green, and next to her Councillor Ed Crossland and myself, Councillor Stephen Jolly, and the six new... Thank you. And the six new councillors, I'm just going to do it from left to right, with Councillor Andrew Morton from Lennox Ward. It's Andrew Davies from Lennox Ward. I'll say that one more time. He wrote a very good book about Princess Di, I have to say, but it wasn't Andrew Morton. Councillor Andrew Morton. Councillor Mecca Howe. Councillor Ken Gomez. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Sarah McKenzie. Councillor Sharon Harrison, and last but not least, Councillor Eva Aston. Unless I'm mistaken, councillors, I've got no announcements tonight from anybody, so we'll move straight on to conflicts of interest. This is like one of those Korean weddings. I'm going to ask you a question, and you all have to say, I do, to the question I'm about to ask you. So I'll start with Councillor Davies, and I'll work my way around. Councillors, in accordance with our new process, I will ask each of you to make a conflict of interest declaration. You may respond with I do to the following question. Do you declare you have familiarised yourself with the matters being presented to this meeting and that you do not have a conflict of interest?
I do.
Councillor Hogue?
I do.
Councillor Gomez?
I do.
Deputy Mayor McKenzie?
I do.
Councillor Harrison?
I do.
Councillor Crossland?
I do.
Councillor Wade?
I do, and I will just quickly say in the notice of motion there's a reference to e-scooters. During the last council term I had a conflict on e-scooters. The reason for that conflict was that a family member was on the board of the NGO that services the e-scooters. They have now ceased that role, so I no longer have a conflict there. But I just wanted to flag it because I think people were aware of that conflict.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aston?
I do.
Okay, confirmation of the minutes. There's only three of us that were here for that meeting, so I'm going to potentially ask if Councillor Wade could potentially move those minutes of the last meeting. Councillor Crossland. All those in favour of the minutes of the last council meeting? That's passed unanimously. We don't need a division on that. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to question time. We've got probably about 19 people have put their names down. If someone else has asked a question that you're about to ask, try and keep it short because we've got a very big motion ahead of us and 3 agenda items. The first person to come to the front, so basically you'll just sit in this table here, press the button, and when the red light goes on, everyone will be able to hear you. When you finish speaking, turn it off again. So we are going to be changing the rules for question time, but as of tonight, they are still the rules of the previous situation. So can I please invite Louise Marson to come to the front? Is Louise in the room? Okay, we'll move on to the second person, Nicholas James. Thank you. Your 3 minutes start now.
My name is Nicholas James from Curtin Ward. When will graffiti and speeding in Rathdown Village and the wider Curtin Ward be addressed in order to improve the lives and safety of residents and encourage more visitors to the area and provide more income for local businesses? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an officer that's going to respond to that? Mr. Hewitt?
Thank you, Mayor, through you, and thanks, Nicholas, for your question. Rathdown Village is on a monthly proactive graffiti removal program and is next scheduled for inspection and removal tomorrow, 27th of November. If there's any graffiti that requires removal between the program work, you need only contact the council through its website. In relation to speeding, over the last decade, 3 significant local area traffic management studies have been undertaken within the new Curtin Ward. Several projects have already been delivered, and we're about to deliver a raised zebra crossing on Rathdown Street at Fenwick Street. This will help manage vehicle speeds entering Rathdown Village and provide a safer pedestrian crossing. 3 additional pedestrian crossings are being investigated and planned for delivery in the same ward. And finally, after years of advocacy by this council, speed limits on Lygon Street are planned to be reduced next year from 60 kilometres per hour to 40 kilometres per hour. All of those initiatives are designed to improve community safety. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
No worries. The next person is Sarah Harrison. Is Sarah in the room? Welcome. The lights, the button's already on, so you can just fire away straight away.
State where I'm from.
Yes, please, yeah.
So I'm from Richmond Boulevard Ward, and my question is, what verification do staff undertake to ensure that respondents to the Have Your Say consultation have a connection to the municipality as defined in the Local Government Act 2020, and what verification do staff undertake to ensure respondents do not provide multiple responses? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Brooke Colbert's going to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Sarah. As part of our standard engagement approach, council staff ask the following question: what is your connection to Yarra? For most of the engagements undertaken here, the options available are: I live, I work, I visit, I study, I own a property, I rent in Yarra, I own a business. Council encourages participation from community members and groups who are connected to Yarra in different ways and use our services, open spaces, facilities, or contribute to our economic development. In regards to your specific question about verification for consultations, staff undertake manual data cleansing as a process whereby duplications can be identified using email addresses collected, which is a mandatory requirement in our consultations, and that's cross-checked against IP addresses. In cases where there is a duplication in an IP address and emails, we'll cross-check the demographic information collected as well. This helps us to identify different users using the same email address or coming from the same household or organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. The next person is Simon Moody. Welcome.
My name's Simon Moody, and I'm from Curtin Ward. I've just got I hope a simple question about planning. And the question is it possible to get some sort of intermediate process? And I suggested perhaps council mediated between the two parties to avoid the time, delay and expense of going to VCAT. And I say this because I've been to VCAT with planning issues twice, once self-represented and once I paid an architect to go along. The latter case was, in my humble view, entirely spurious, but it took time, expense and a fair bit of stress to go through. So I just wondered whether an intermediate process would be possible.
And Mary Osmond's going to respond to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Simon, for your question. Council planners do work with applicants and objectors to try and resolve issues before a decision is made. We actively encourage applicants to speak to objectors, whether that's with a planning officer in the room or separately, and it can sometimes lead to some good outcomes and not having to proceed to VCAT. Additionally, we're also looking at the value of reinstating the consultation meetings for some matters, and we'll have some more information regarding that in the new year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Shane Delphine. Welcome.
Shane Delphine, co-convener of Yarra Climate Action Now, or YCAN. To begin, YCAN congratulates all councillors on their election, and we look forward to working proactively with you over the next 4 years. For those councillors who may not be familiar with us, Yarra Climate Action Now is a non-partisan community organisation that advocates around environmental issues and in particular in relation to urgent action necessary to address the climate crisis. YCAN has been a feature of the Yarra community for nearly 15 years, and has been instrumental in helping to shape Yarra's existing suite of environmental policies and in particular its climate emergency response. YCAN was delighted by the unanimous adoption by Council earlier this year of Yarra's ambitious Climate Emergency Plan 2024 to 2030. The plan confirmed Yarra's place as a leader on climate action amongst Australian councils and is a policy that all of the Yarra community can be proud of. The plan is not one that was imposed on our community, but is rather a strategy that can legitimately be described as the community's plan, having been developed following the most exhaustive community consultation process ever undertaken by the City of Yarra in developing a council strategy. A critical aspect of the plan is its commitment to transparently monitor and report progress across the plan's 7 transformations and 237 actions. In particular, the plan states, we will establish a means to provide accessible information to show Yarra's transformation so we can be held accountable for our progress, celebrate success, learn from what has worked well and inform decision making. So my question, can Council please provide an update on what progress has been made towards a means to provide accessible information regarding the Climate Emergency Plan's implementation, and when will we see the first progress report?
Thank you, Shane. Mary Osmond.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Shane, for your question. All actions included in the Climate Emergency Action Plan have been assigned to a team within Council, and we will begin reporting quarterly on the progress of these actions with a summary included in Council's quarterly community report, which we anticipate will be in February of next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, Shane. Before I introduce the next question, I forgot to mention who are these people sitting either side of me. Here is Sue Wilkinson, the CEO, the boss of the council, sitting of the organisation, and to my right is the head of governance, making sure I don't do anything illegal in the course of this meeting and give you 10 minutes or only 1 minute when you should get 3. And over here we've got 5 general managers, what in the old days used to be called directors of the various different departments here at the City of Yarra. And I do apologise for not introducing you all at the start of the meeting, but it is my first meeting as Mayor, so please give me a little bit of grace there. The next person to ask a question is Joe Gagliano, and apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
It's like a liqueur, not as Thank you. Again, congratulations to all the councillors, especially Andrew, and congratulations, Mayor, for your position. I'm in Lennox Ward, and I'm really annoyed that I actually have to come again to talk about traffic and or parking. I'm frustrated that by providing questions before council provides prepared answers which are used seemingly to placate us without actual follow-up or action. At previous meetings with questions, answers including much information which seemed legitimate, but since these meetings I've been communicating with the officers, about 150 emails to Yarra, to point out these answers were inaccurate and misleading. I will also raise them in future meetings. I was also annoyed that I was given assurances that I would be contacted after both meetings, which did not occur. This then goes to governance, in my opinion, as I was previously told not to re-ask a similar question as it had been addressed at previous meetings, when the reality was that the answers were either misleading or sometimes worse, and the problems continuing seemingly unabated. My question tonight relates to atrocious traffic conditions which are occurring in Rowena Parade especially, but in surrounding streets. The narrowness of the street makes two-way traffic impossible at times, and on many occasions, football, which is only for 6 months of the year, music events, Melbourne Marathon, the traffic creates dangerous driving, aggressive behaviour and traffic danger all the way back to Lennox Street, and damage to parked cars, mirrors, hits, bumper bars, as cars tried to move over into spaces with nowhere to move. We were threatened after a Collingwood win, apologies to Collingwood fans, when we were trying to leave a parking area for 10 minutes because of the traffic that had banked up in both directions. To avoid increasing danger, I believe the street must be made one way. Previous responses from council staff have included that implementing restrictions would create difficult traffic to other streets. A response to the June question was, Unfortunately, restricting access on Arena Parade with a one-way system will likely increase journey times and redistribute increased traffic on neighbouring local streets. There are options to improve access and movements on Arena Parade, which may require changes to parking availability. The team could investigate this further, and I have passed on your details for them to contact you.
I've got 30 seconds left.
Okay. When will the Council introduce changes to Rowena Parade Richmond to decrease dangerous traffic conditions, most importantly by making Rowena Parade one-way, east to west? Please remember also that we had a development at 30 Rowena Parade where they blocked off access to Rowena Parade during peak hour traffic for hours, and yet the Council says that we can't block Rowena Parade off regularly.
Thank you, Joe. Mr Hewitt?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, and thanks, Joe. I won't read the answer that I've got prepared because it sounds like we've given you that before. I wonder whether it mightn't be better that you and I meet on site. You can show me exactly and we can design a solution. I might be persuasive enough for the Council to resource the work. So if you're available, I will grab your number before you leave.
Joe, just hang on a minute. There might be a councillor who might want to, if it's all right. You don't have to stay there, but we'd like
Joe,
you to.
let's also get together and I can meet you down there. Okay, in the next few days. All right, thanks.
One of the points Joe made was in relation to sort of pre-prepared answers. The motion that we're debating later on tonight will end that that activity if it's passed. The next submitter or the questioner is Shane Hiroric, and he is asked to be videoed. If anyone's got a problem with that, please say so. I don't think I've heard anyone with a problem. Welcome, Shane. Just press the red button, the thing. Your 3 minutes start now.
Hi, and welcome to our new elected body. Thank you. It's obvious I have a disability. I'm a quadriplegic. I'm a wheelchair user. And I have a service dog. She's not with me tonight. She's at home. But I'm here today to talk about a big issue. And this issue only needs simple solutions to fix it. For people with disabilities living in the City of Yarra, it's been an extremely challenging 3 years. Why? Because e-scooters have been blocking footpaths. Over the last 3 years, people with disabilities have been speaking up about these issues constantly, and I'm one of those people. I've sat here, this is probably my third or fourth time to talk about this issue, and I feel like every time I speak about it, I've been ignored. The other day I met a guy called Francois. He's blind, he has a service dog, and he was telling me about the struggles of going out into community, and he's scared to go out. He's tripped over scooters, he's injured himself, but yet the problems still persist. I've then had to go to the Human Rights Commission against City of Yarra, and now I've taken City of Yarra to VCAT, and soon there'll be a ruling whether City of Yarra have breached human rights and discriminated against people with disabilities. And people with disabilities should not have to go to court to fight for the right to be able to safely use our footpaths. And our last council have without a doubt ignored the needs of people with disabilities, and for that is appalling. About a year or two ago, a person who is blind, Jo, she stood right here where I am and talked about her lived experience. And after she finished speaking, none of the elected members had any questions. She was ignored. She came and shared her personal experience, pretty much to be brushed off. And then the council officers that spoke after her pretty much said, you know, our data doesn't represent what you're saying, so pretty much calling people with disabilities liars. So my question is, with this new leadership, will there be change? And will you actually start listening and caring about people with disabilities in our community? And there is an MOU between City of Yarra and the scooter operators which says you cannot park a scooter on a footpath less than 1.5 metres wide, but you guys have a special tool. It's a magic wand called geofencing. And it's so easy for you to apply it. And if you apply it, you can't park a scooter on a footpath less than 1.5 metres wide.
Got 30 seconds left.
So my question is, why have you not applied this magic tool, geofence, to keep our footpaths free of obstruction of e-scooters, so we can safely get to the doctors, get to the gym, visit our friends, even get inside our homes? And I finally finish on saying, you are the new elected body, and I really hope that you do start listening to people with disabilities and respecting what we have to say. Thank you.
I'll answer that question, Shane. As soon as this public question time is over, the next agenda item, if my motion to slightly change the agenda is accepted by the other councillors, will be a large motion which includes a whole section on e-scooters, on geofencing, and I really encourage you to hang around and have a listen. I think you're going to be very, very happy that we want to hit the ground running with this and start a new relationship with you and everyone with a disability in the city of Yarra. But that's going to happen literally within the next few minutes.
Wow.
Mayor Jolly.
I've got Councillor Harrison and then Councillor Gomez.
Okay, look, I just wanted to ask a follow-up question of officers in relation to the issues that Shane has just raised. We have a Disability Advisory Committee. I'm wanting to ask, to what extent the council is actually paying attention to the feedback that's been provided through that committee, because I'm thinking it's not being paid enough attention.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Which officer would like to... Councillor...
Is that question to me?
No, it's to an officer.
Sorry.
Mary, Ms Osmond?
Through you, Mayor, the issue regarding these scooters has been discussed at a number of our advisory groups. That's probably as much as I can say on that question.
The issue is going to be dealt with in a few minutes' time, literally, so I don't see the need for a big discussion on this right now. When people are waiting to talk, we're literally going to be talking about it in a second. Councillor Wade.
Sorry, we didn't actually get a response to the original question. I see. I would just like to, is it possible to get an answer to that? Why geofencing hasn't been
Councillor
installed?
Wade wants an answer to the question.
Sorry, I'm obviously
from an
new
officer.
to this topic as well, so.
Ms Osmond?
Through you, Mayor, geofencing is a tool that is currently being used by council.
Okay. So I hear the frustration. It's going to be dealt with in the next 10 to 15, 20 minutes.
Dismissiveness continues.
And,
thank you.
Well, for 15 to 20 minutes it will.
Oh, no. I mean, just the comment I heard from the officer. That's
okay. No, I
Thank you so
understand. Thanks, Shane. The next question here is Catherine Malilly. You don't look like Catherine Malilly, with all due respect.
I wish I did, but Catherine is late coming here from work, so she asked me to read the question on her behalf, if that's okay.
Yeah, is that okay, everybody? Yep. Okay, far away. Your 3 minutes start now, but try and keep it short, please.
Yep. Catherine said...
Just identify yourself once more, please.
So, yeah, Nicholas James from Curtin Ward.
Thank you.
I understand the council were required to apply for a retrospective permit to ensure that the Burnley Golf Course does adhere to the requirements of the Yarra planning scheme. The matter of that retrospective permit remains ongoing. Given that, can the council explain how the Burnley Golf Course can remain open for business despite the fact it does not have a legal permit that satisfies the Yarra planning scheme? Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Osmond?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for your question. A retrospective planning application has been made for the Burnley Golf Course redesign works. A planning permit is not required for the use as the use is already existing. So we will be considering the buildings and works and tree removal application, but we won't be considering use. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Teresa Saldana. Welcome, Teresa.
I'll keep this short in the interest of time because I've already sent this in. This is regarding the swimming pool in Richmond. In Richmond, we have one of the highest numbers of concession card holders and people on fixed income. So the pool becomes, really important, especially on extreme heat days. And we had the issue where we were advised that the pool will be closed in January. The good news is that that has now been delayed. However, it does bring up questions in terms of actionable points, in terms of how the pool, libraries, as well as neighbourhood houses actually factor in terms of extreme heat mitigation action plans. I've sent a whole list of details that are possibly required. And as per my submission, I don't expect an immediate answer because you'll do have to work those details out. If I can possibly leave that question with the 3121 councillors and possibly follow up, we would ideally want some of that answers prior to the start of the heat, so by the end of December, so that the community can be informed in terms of what steps are being taken. I would urge councillors to have a look at the distance that people have to walk to get heat relief. We do that with open space. We need to start looking at that in terms of heat mitigation. So how far do people need to walk to get relief in terms of heat?
Thank you, Teresa. Samuel?
Thank you, Mayor. I might address the first part of Teresa's submission or question. My colleague, Ms Roffey, will then take the second half, if that's okay. Just in relation, Teresa, to your opening statement about the roof at Richmond Rec Centre, just for the record, the roof at the Richmond Rec Centre has failed. It needs to be replaced, renewed. The council funded it as part of its capital works program for this year. The decision to renew the roof in January was quite deliberate. I know on the face it sounds like a silly time to be closing a swimming pool in the middle of January. It's the slowest month for our Learn to Swim program. Our Learn to Swim program, for those who don't know, these are children learning to swim in one of Yarra's leisure centres. It's an important program for all of those kids and their parents, their grandparents and carers. In January, it's closed. The Learning to Swim program is closed. Any other month of the year, we disrupt thousands of children and their families. So it was quite deliberate. Our intention is to pursue those works. We have explored other months of closure. Every other month would be more detrimental to those families, and we don't want to do that. We're working on some ways that we might ensure that people who would typically go to Richmond Rec Centre in January have other avenues. We know people prefer to swim at Collingwood and Fitzroy during those months because they have some outdoor areas. But it's quite deliberate so as not to disrupt the biggest users of the pool.
Lucy Roffey, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. I thought I'd just explain a little bit more broadly too about our emergency management process. So we're part of Municipal Management Planning Committee, which includes a lot of other state emergency agencies and Department of Health, etc. And so when we receive any notification of a heat wave, we make sure that we then disseminate that information out through all of our networks on social media, etc., from the Department of Health so that we've all got the same information. So we want to make sure that that information is consistent. A lot of that information includes ways that people can keep cool and the things that they can do to sort of enact their own plans. But also in terms of our facilities, which is what your question was about as well, we also have our libraries ready and prepared to extend their opening hours during a heat wave. So that is part of our heat wave plan. We also have our leisure centres, so they're open. They're most certainly there for anyone experiencing homelessness. They can access the centre free of charge for relief and have a shower. And then also we work in partnership with numerous not-for-profit community and also commercial organisations. So if you think sort of broadly across where people live, there are also cinemas, shops, neighbourhood houses, community groups, childcare centres, kindergartens, the Red Cross, tourism centres, museums and galleries. So there's lots of different places people can go, and as you said, within 5-minute walk. Most of them are alert and aware on heat days and are usually there ready to help and support people as well. Thank you for your question.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, just a question to the officer, Sam. Is the roof an occupational health and safety issue? Is it something that needs to be managed immediately, or is it something that can be delayed 6 or 12 months?
Through you, Mayor, we know the roof has reached the end of its useful life. We would typically not allow an asset to completely fail to the point that it becomes a safety risk for patrons and users of our facility. We typically get it before that point. We know that the roof is leaking. We know we've had a number of requests from residents to repair it. It can be deferred, but we wouldn't recommend that council defer it to the extent it becomes a safety risk. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I just ask a follow-up
I
question?
just want to talk first. The councillors and the community heard about this on Saturday when it was on the Richmond 3121 Facebook page. I can't speak for all of the councillors, but I can definitely speak for some of the councillors. We were very impressed that we learned that way. And in informal conversations I've had with some of the Richmond-based councillors, Councillor Davies, Councillor Harrison, etc., they're of the view that we should continue negotiations and discussions, I should say, with the officers about if we have to do it in December next year, because we heard about it last Saturday, so did the community, and that's very, very short notice. It's a live issue. There is one more council meeting before the break, which is next month, and I'd encourage Councillor Davies and Councillor Ho and Harrison to have that in their calculations. I don't think it can be resolved tonight. At the end of the day, it is an operational matter, but we have got very strong views on that. Teresa, if you've got something very quick to say.
Well, I just wanted to point out that the Richmond Rec Centre, the roof is actually, I thought it was a heritage one because it used to be an aircraft hangar. So if it's reached the end of the life and we're looking at replacing it in any way, I presume there are opportunities in terms of better use of roof space, which possibly also is a benefit to the community. I'm just putting it out there.
Thank you. The next speaker is Victoria Chipperfield. Welcome, Victoria.
Try and make this as fast and furious as well. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and heads of department. My name is Victoria Chipperfield and I've been a resident of Richmond and Yarra ratepayer for 27 years. My question tonight is concerning the Yarra Energy Foundation, or as it is referred to in council materials as the YEF. Reading through the YEF materials, there's been a number of red flags I'd like to raise. Burundara Council hosted a Lighter Footprints panel to discuss climate solutions at a local government level in August 2020. The ex-Yarra City Councillor Stone was the panel guest. The section was titled the Yarra Energy Foundation and states that when Councillor Stone was first elected 10 years ago, the solution to driving down community emissions, commercial and industrial especially, was to establish the Yarra Energy Foundation. A separate entity was needed because it could achieve things a council couldn't: business partnerships, raising philanthropic funds, etc. On what basis would Yarra Council justify establishing a separate entity to undertake initiatives that it knows are outside the council's remit? I'm not an accountant, however, having trawled through the financial reports submitted to the Australian Charity and Not-for-Profit Commission since the establishment of YEF 14 years ago, Yarra City Council has provided revenue, grants, consulting, commissions, sponsorships. It is difficult to unpack, with the exceptions of the ones under some of the annual reports that include a revenue category with a line item, grant income as YCC, which I would take as Yarra City Council. Are there processes in place to record the grants or other contributions from Yarra Council to YEF? And more importantly, what benefit are the citizens of Yarra getting for their money? The financial reports also include information about the directors of Yarra Energy Foundation, as does the Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission register. Each year there are at least one, often more, current or past Yarra councillors identified as directors. It is difficult to understand if there is a conflict of interest when councillors are directors of a charity established by the council and that also receives funds from the same council, and if they are required to make a declaration including delegated committees such as Council's Audit and Risk Committee. I note the concerns were publicly raised by yourself, Mayor, in May 2017 when you were quoted as calling it a green elephant.
You've got 30 seconds left.
And by ex-councillor Landy's 2023, who was quoted as saying, "I'd like to see Yarra Energy Foundation come through independent grants rather than the budget system." Many of the Yarra Council operated and owned sports pavilions, community organisation buildings and council-operated buildings have been waiting for basic maintenance to upgrade rewiring that would enable energy efficiency,
You've got 10 seconds and then I'm going to cut you off.
reduced emissions and running costs. My question is, Could Council advise what accountability and regulatory practices have been put in place to ensure transparency of the millions of Yarra ratepayer dollars that have been provided?
Thank you. Ms Osman?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Victoria, for your question. Funding provided to the YEF Foundation since 2010 has been delivered through funding agreements between the two parties. The reporting requirements of these agreements have differed over the years, but have included regular reporting to Council on organisational development and progress, as well as progress reports, which set out specific activities that needed to be delivered. I can say that the 24-25 budget was the last year that YEF was receiving direct funding from Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria.
Can I ask a question through you, Mayor?
Councillor Gomez.
Is it true, I'm not sure who to ask it to, but is it true that we're about to make a decision on awarding a $150,000 grant to the Yarra Energy Foundation?
I think that's on the one of the business items this evening. Unless I've got that wrong, CEO. We'll take it on notice and we'll look at that when we get to that. I think it's 7.2, 7.3. The next person is Paul Jackson. Welcome, Paul. Three minutes starts now. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations to all the new faces. My question is with regard to the public transparency policy. First of all, I think it's out of date and it's for review. But we all understand about the need from time to time for genuine items of confidentiality that council would need to. But I'm concerned that confidentiality is being both misused and abused in the council process. There's a practice of declaring things as confidential, and they're wide-ranging and they're restrictive. And my main concern is that it limits the ability of councillors to engage with their community. Because once a matter is discussed in a council briefing and it's declared confidential, and example of that would be the quite famous bin tax, where basically the game plan was to drop it on the community with about 4 days to go before they vote on it, and then there's no opportunity to react. We've seen this with the Atticus Now report. Councillor Gomez and Councillor Harrison would be very familiar with it. It was like pulling teeth, going through petitions, calling for motions. And let's not forget that when it was finally given to the community, there was no redactions. There was nothing in it that was confidential. Sure, it was potentially controversial. It may have required some tough decisions, food for thought for the community, but it should have been available, and it shouldn't have taken 2 years, and it shouldn't have been like extracting teeth. Let's talk about the Burnley Golf Course. It finally got acknowledged that the Burnley Golf Course hadn't followed the Yarra planning scheme. What do we get? We get apparently a CEO briefing, and I happened to bump into a former councillor, and I asked him what's going on with that. I can't talk about it, it's confidential. So again, you're restricting the ability of your councillors to engage with your community. I believe it to be true.
30 seconds left.
But there's one councillor even had to resort to doing an FOI inquiry to get information. So I leave you with my question with regard to the public transparency policy. What protections exist in the transparency policy to ensure councillors can engage their community without being unnecessarily restricted with wide-ranging and unnecessary confidentiality declarations, and B, to ensure the true spirit of transparency is upheld and that confidentiality is not used and abused to thwart reasonable access by the community to information they may seek.
Yep, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Brooke Colbert.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul, for your question. Yarra's public transparency policy sets out the sorts of information that is freely and actively published, also information that is on our public registers or is available on request. Council's starting position is to provide as much information as is possible and to make that information as easy as possible to access in accordance with the public transparency principles and Local Government Act 2020. However, the Local Government Act does establish the categories of information that are deemed to be confidential, and both councillors and council officers do face penalties if we breach the provisions of the Act. Thanks, Paul. I do note the point about the public transparency policy status. It's currently being updated. Obviously, there's been some changes with the Local Government Act regs that have just come in, and that is scheduled to be presented to Council for adoption next year.
Thank you, Brooke. We're over halfway here, so there's light at the end of the tunnel with this public question time. The next two questions are on the same topic. So what I'm going to suggest is we hear from the two questionnaires and the two residents, and then we'll take the answers at the same time. They're both in relation to a Clifton Hill issue. So the first person is Matthew Crisfield Smith. Welcome, Matthew. Just press that button when you get up the top.
Thank you, Mayor Joly. You might be aware that Council is currently constructing a high chain mesh fence which will effectively privatise the soccer pitch in Quarries Park for the exclusive use of the soccer club. The fence is about double the height of the previous fence and will restrict public access to only 3 points. The proposed access points are all located in the southern half of the field near the club rooms and the coaches' boxes of the soccer club. None of the access points are near any existing or proposed pedestrian paths that are all located to the north of the field in Quarries Park. Council officers have confirmed that, and I quote, "There was no formal consultation on this project. There was no formal council meeting to approve the project. There were no other reports that assessed the impact of the fence and the public use of the ground. To ensure public access to a scarce area of irrigated parkland in Clifton Hill, I ask Council to pause construction of the fence and assess options to reduce the fence height to an actual replacement of the previous fence of about 60 centimetres rather than 120 centimetres, plus assess options to provide public access points in the northern half of the field and facilitate shared use, and then options to remove the fence entirely, noting that Ramsden Street Reserve and Fairfield Park both operate perfectly well with no fencing."
Thank you, Matthew. If you just want to move on to the chair sitting right next to you there, and we'll get Lloyd Thomas up to ask the next question. Welcome, Lloyd. Because we're really tight for time, if Matthew said some stuff that you were going to say, don't repeat it, please.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. Lloyd Thomas. So, given that neither the Ramsden Street Reserve cricket football pitch, which is next to the soccer pitch that Matt mentioned, and also the nearby Fairfield soccer pitches, none of them are fenced, can the council advise why this specific soccer pitch is being fenced? As Matt mentioned, at approximately double the height. And also there's no access points to any northern or western side of the ground.
Thanks, Lloyd. Sam Hewitt's going to respond to both of those questions, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Matthew and Lloyd, for your questions. The project to rehabilitate the Yambler Reserve Sports Field was approved by the Council as part of its its budgets in 23-24 and again in 24-25. This project complements the investment Council is making in upgrading the Yambler Sports Pavilion. A decision to award that contract is due next month. And Council is currently designing an off-leash dog area for Quarries Park, adjacent to Yambler Reserve, which we hope to construct in 25-26. Residents will be consulted about that concept design in the coming months. The height of the fence was designed to support the organised sports at the reserve, but I'd say public access to the sports field is guaranteed 7 days per week through unlocked gates. The fence itself is of a similar type, size and materiality as other sports ground fences we have in Yarra, including at Citizens Park, Kevin Bartlett Reserve and Fairley Netball Centre. Just today we've asked our contractor to install another pedestrian access gate at the northern end of the pitch to respond to your query. So it'd be on the northeastern side to facilitate easier access to residents from the north. But again, residents are not restricted to using this sports field after the fence is up. Thank you.
Can I just suggest a way forward? That we have maybe a site meeting with the Ward Councillor, Deputy Mayor Mackenzie, you two, Sam or one of his officers and myself, because I know you've received, Councillor Mackenzie, lots of emails on this matter from Clifton Hill residents. My own daughter lives 50 metres from where you're talking about. She's been busting certain parts of my body on it for the last few days. So it might be good to have a site meeting so we can see what Mr Hewitt is proposing, what's going to happen by way of access points, and you can see what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. I'll just note, you didn't actually answer Lloyd's question about why does this need a fence when the other grounds just don't have one. But I think an off-site meeting is probably better for the rest of the meeting to not get derailed.
Just before I call on Councillor Mackenzie, did you want to respond to that question? Why that field?
No.
Sorry, Mr Hewitt first. Sorry, you just had a hand. Mr Hewitt, yeah.
Through you, Mayor, we answered that, had an answer for that in another question. A fence was proposed for this site principally for two reasons. One, the sports clubs, the 350 members of the sports clubs there argued that sports balls were sort of running off the field. No, we're looking to contain it. Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
Just please don't interrupt it. Thank you. Carry on, Sam. Don't.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Mackenzie? Oh, are you still speaking? I do apologise. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. The second reason was dogs were running on the field during sports play, taking the balls or chasing the balls. So they were the two principal reasons. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Sam Hewitt, what is the feasibility of pausing and doing a change to the design, in your opinion?
Mr Hewitt?
Through you, Mayor, Council has awarded a contract. The works are under construction. It's a construction site now. To pause the project to redesign would require a contract variation and negotiation with the contractor. To pause work, it would come at a cost to the council. We wouldn't typically recommend such an action, not when it's so close to the concluding parts of the project.
Okay, so can we agree that maybe, Councillor Mackenzie, we follow it up tomorrow with discussions with yourselves? I've probably got a conflict of interest with my daughter living so close, I've just been told. But I'm sure we'll follow it up tomorrow. So I'd encourage both of you to contact Councillor Mackenzie and myself tomorrow, and we'll try and facilitate what I was talking about before, if that's okay. Lloyd and Matthew.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving right along. Michael Spencer is next. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd certainly join the others in congratulating you and other councillors on your election. These are very troubling times, and in these troubling times I think our local communities and local government are the hope of the side, so you've got a very big responsibility ahead of you, and we wish you all the best for that. Turning to my question, I refer to the introduction of the FOGO waste collection from 1 July, as well as the container deposit scheme, and ask, has Council collected any data on use of waste collection services since the introduction of FOGO and or CDS? For example, the number or proportion of residents using the FOGO bins, any change in the use of other waste collection services, such as the general waste to landfill, or since the introduction of the CDS, change in the use of the yellow recycling bins, and if so, can Council provide this data?
Thank you, Michael. Mr Hewitt.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Michael, for your questions. The introduction of the Universal FOGO service and the State Government's Container Deposit Scheme have been incredibly successful in Yarra. since FOGO was introduced in Yarra on the 1st of July this year to October 2024, a total of 1,024 tonnes of material has been diverted from landfill and instead is being turned into compost material. In relation to the CDS, the Container Deposit Scheme, the Collingwood reverse vending machine has received 1.3 million containers to September 2024, lots of which may have been collected through council's mixed recycling or glass collection bins or dumped on the street. A full analysis of the impact on the curbside service hasn't yet been undertaken, given how new both services are, but they will certainly be done as part of any review to waste. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Thank you, Michael. The next question is from Elizabeth Honey. Welcome, Elizabeth.
First of all, a warm welcome to our new council. Hope it goes well. We live in Lennox Ward, and this was an unusual election. In a climate of uncertainty with many unsettling elections and questions about the strength of institutions around the world. Given that this was an unusual election, and for the first time we had to post or vote for one councillor only in a newly defined ward, and neither Labor nor Liberals stood candidates, we recognised two parties, the Greens and the Purple Leaflets, 3 candidates. Plus, there were 5 new independents. That was unusual. We could vote for independents we knew nothing about. And now, at very short notice, our new mayor proposes a huge motion covering many issues, with some positive ideas and some wasteful backward steps. The motion proposed by you, the leader of the Purple Leaflets. Now, how was this motion arrived at? It felt rather dictatorial. My question is, for transparency, who drafted this motion? As Andrew Davies, our new member in Lennox, is an independent, how do you do? He's asked to vote on all these matters in one fell swoop, with little time to consider the issue, debate them or consult those affected. How does this help him win friends and influence people in Lennox? For example, does he know why the Elizabeth Street bike lane is important? Well, it's a link in a major strategic cycling corridor. On the 18th of September 2023, those lanes became permanent, with your 2 Purple Leaflet members voting in favour of it. We want a council we can respect and trust to use their good judgment to plan for the future, a council that's open to criticism and disagreement in the discussion for the best solution. My question again, who was involved in the drafting of this motion?
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'll answer that question. This motion that we're about to debate after, I think we've got another 6 or so more questions from the public, and then we're going to go straight into this debate. It's not a dictatorial motion. In fact, it's the most democratic motion in the history of this council. It involves an amalgamation of the election promises and pledges of the majority of the councillors that you're looking at right now. How often do Australians say we vote for people and then they do nothing? They go like a bear in Canada into hibernation until the next election. We're being accused of implementing our program at the very first meeting. That's not democracy. That's not dictatorship. That's democracy. I am so proud that we are putting our program for discussion and debate. Ms. Honey asked the question, how many people were involved with it? Every single one of the independents. In fact, it was tabled over a week ago. It was actually released by mistake by the Fitzroy Residents Association on their website before anybody else saw it. Then it was a feature in a massive article in the Herald Sun. Every single councillor, without exception, has moved some type of amendment to this motion. Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland, Councillor McKenzie, almost all of the independents, except the people who are actually moving it, because you can't amend your own motion. This is something we are extremely proud of. We have had dozens and dozens and dozens of emails from people saying we don't like bits of the motion, overwhelmingly saying they like all of it, and some people saying they like some of it like Ms. Honey said, and others that she doesn't like. That is democracy. That is democracy. And I am so proud of that. And we're going to have a democratic debate. By the way, this will be the last time, the very last time, at least while I'm a mayor, that we'll have a large motion of this character. From here on in, it'll be an issue-based motion. It's like we are normally used to at the City of Yarra. But for this first meeting, we want to hit the ground running and implement our program. That's very rare in Australian politics. We're very proud to do that. So I disagree with, I'll let go the little digs in relation to Purple Party and so on. People want to say that that's their right, and we can maybe discuss that at a different forum. That's not really the central question that was raised by Ms. Honey. But that's my answer to your question. But I do appreciate, and I'd also encourage you to contribute to the discussion if you're registered in a few minutes' time on the motion itself.
Yes.
Sorry. Did you have a follow-up question?
The next speaker is...
Sorry, did you have a follow-up question?
Sorry, I do apologise. Councillor Davies?
Yes, I was just going to ask Elizabeth, did you have a follow-up, a small, quick follow-up question to
Ms.
that?
Honey?
We do want to change a little thing. We want to make sure
So
we do have that
everybody here
opportunity.
was party to the drafting of this motion.
I can answer that for myself, but I can
Yes.
say, just because you obviously
Yes.
noted me in the question,
Yes.
I completely back everything that the Mayor says. I've played a large role in all those aspects of the motion. I'm on board 100% as an independent. Even people who were related to the Purple Leaflet Party that you're referring to are acting, in my view, as independents, and they are serving their own wards, and that's what I'm incredibly impressed about, and we are working incredibly well together. And so I just want to give you that, and the community's backing that we are working together, and including with other members of the Greens Party as well. We are here to invite everybody into the discussion. It's a really great thing. So.
Thank you. We can't really have a debate at this forum, but I do appreciate your question, Ms. Honey. Thank you so much. The next person is Michael Phillipson. Is Michael Phillip? Yes, welcome, Michael. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Mayor, my question relates to 25 to 43 Wangaratta Street, Richmond, failing to comply with the conditions of a planning permit PLN 21-006 issued on the 22nd of April 2022 to install 31 bicycle parking spaces within the building, and they also commenced use in July 2022 before plans were endorsed contrary to the condition 1 of the permit. My belief is plans would never have been lodged by the applicant to be endorsed or sought by council, but for endless persistence on this matter, plans were finally endorsed after 2 years on the 11th of April 2024. The matter remains unresolved. Bike parking has not been installed, and the illegal bike parking spots in car park space number 24 have not been removed. My first correspondence to council commenced on the 19th of the 9th, 2022, and the last correspondence received from council was on the 6th of the 9th, 2024. Coincidentally, the same person has responded to both those emails. My first question is, why is the applicant being given such favourable treatment by council and an infringement notice not been issued after 2.5 years? And have fines ever been issued by council on this matter?
Thank you, Michael. Mary Osmond?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for your question. Appropriate enforcement action has been taken to date, and officers continue to investigate the alleged breaches of the planning permit. I can confirm that a fine has been issued, and council continues to be in discussions with the applicant to bring the development in line with the endorsed plans. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Michael. The next speaker is Karen Hovenga. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a bit of a difficult conversation, and I think it's a thing that we should all be aware of and raise. So when I spoke about the Charlotte Street Park at the September meeting. I spoke in favour of the park and then experienced an episode of harassment during the council meeting. A man persisted in speaking to me after I asked him to stop. He was talking during the meeting. I didn't like that. And he continued until he was asked to leave the chamber. I also know that there were some people who I discussed bringing along to this meeting who were not willing to come here and not willing to provide a point of view that they felt was not going to be well received. And I think it's really important that those people are available and can contribute to these meetings. I really welcome the passion and the care that the community has and the interest that they have in their own lives in coming along to these meetings and being really passionate. And so my question is, how will you, Mayor, and how will Council maintain these meetings as a place where all are welcome, whatever their views and whichever level of dissent they may have on any of the issues being considered by Council?
Thank you, Karen. I'll try and answer that question. It's probably, in my opinion, probably the most important question that's been raised so far, because if we get this wrong, we're going to wreck this council. I witnessed, I think we discussed it last Tuesday night, what you went through. I can verify that it did happen, and it wasn't a good thing. And I can tell you on my watch for the year that I'll be mayor, there will be zero tolerance for any type of aggression or microaggression or anything of that character. It's very, very easy when you're sitting in the crowd and somebody's sitting up here in the front. Well, first of all, let me just backtrack. When you're sitting up here in the front, it's almost like a star chamber. You're on your own, you've got a microphone, you know you're being videoed, you've got everybody out there watching you, you feel like everyone's stabbing you in the back, especially if you're saying something that you think that other people don't agree with. It's nerve-wracking, it's really scary. And I would ask everybody, especially when we move on to the next agenda item, when somebody's speaking and they're saying something that you like, it's really, really easy to show respect. But when somebody is speaking and they're saying something that you don't like, that's the test. The great thing about this country, unlike in the 1970s and 80s in my country, we don't kill each other. We don't beat each other up if we have different political points of view. So I'm going to ask all of you here and at every meeting from here on in to show respect to everybody who's speaking, especially when they're saying something that you don't agree with. That's the real test. So I thank Karen for raising this. I think it's an extremely important issue, and I promise you that I will try my very best to keep that type of friendly and encouraging regime with zero tolerance for aggression or microaggression. And I would ask you and anyone else who thinks that if we're failing at the job to please let us know, but we will try our best. If there's anyone else wants to say anything on that, but I think the CEO would like to say something. Sorry, Councillor Aston, I didn't see you.
It's a great question, Karen. I'm particularly interested in you saying about people being able to come along and feel like they can participate. So I'd just like to give an example for tonight. Tonight, the council has organised to have community interpreters for Vietnamese and Mandarin come along, because traditionally it's been very difficult for them to come along and participate and express their views. So I think that's a tangible example of what the council has done to create an environment that allows more people to get involved and to speak up. And I'm very thankful to Brooke and her team for organising that. It's also really important to know that all of the councillors sign up to a model code of conduct. We've undergone quite extensive induction training and working very hard with each other to make sure that we have respectful relationships with each other and that we role model that here in council. And the very, very short thing of it is we actually have a legal obligation to do these things. So that's probably the thing that, like, I don't think we like to think of it as like we're legally obliged to do this, but that is the short answer to it. But I agree with Stephen that, you can rely that it will be an environment that allows people to speak up and encourages conversation, because I think the council itself is actually really operating in that way.
Thank you, Councillor Aston. CEO, Sue Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just also wanted to expand just slightly. I also agree with the responses that have been provided, but I think it's also worthwhile reminding not the community here, just the community that's here, but the community at large, that often the interactions involve staff, and this is a workplace, and so it is incredibly important that staff are provided the opportunity to provide frank and fearless advice, professional advice. It is the very nature of Yarra that advice is often received with a variety of opinions, but they are entitled to do that in a way that is safe and with which they are respected. As recently as today, I had a staff member whose life was threatened out in the field. So I think this is a really lovely opportunity to just remind everybody that it's not just in this forum, it's in every forum, that people should be able to express their views, have a voice, do their job, and feel safe and respected. So I just felt I needed to make that on behalf of the staff.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Karen, for the question. Sasha Jesalenko-Ash, please forgive my Irish pronunciation.
Hello everyone, my name is Sasha Jesalenko-Ash and I'm a resident of Curtin Ward. I'm here again to ask about Council's position on CCTV. At the last Council meeting in September, my question to Council was what evidence is the Council relying upon to determine that the benefits of CCTV are inconclusive and to alternatively rely upon lighting and clear sightlines. At the last Council meeting, Council responded to this question by reciting the Australian standards. Clearly, that did not answer my question. As a result, my question was taken on notice. My question was not answered until the 31st of October, when I was sent what Council claims to be a literature review, which is really just an embarrassing summary of research. The review was made in 2016, and it refers to 17 other reports, with only 3 of them dated 2014 or later. The review is citing references as old as 2002. To place this into perspective for residents, in 2002, I was less than 12 months old. The iPhone was not invented. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram and Snapchat did not exist. Clearly, there has been significant development in technology since this time. Further, everyone can agree state legislation regarding CCTV has significantly developed since 2002, and so has the court's application. For the residents, this is the evidence that the Council is relying upon to determine that lighting and clear sightlines is preventing business theft, vehicle theft, drug and alcohol offences, property damage and graffiti. This is the evidence the Council is relying upon to determine that lighting and clear sightlines keep women safe from walking to the shops alone at night. This is the evidence the Council is relying upon to not install CCTV where every other council surrounding Yarra City has cameras. My question is this. Does this literature review represent Council's current position on CCTV, or will the new Council be proactive to review the current no CCTV policy as wanted by the community, considering the evidence of the current policy is embarrassingly outdated and the funding is available by the Department of Justice?
Thanks, Sasha. Kerry McGrath. Ms McGrath.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sasha. Your point is very well made. And I think what I'd say is that community safety does remain a key issue for this council and clearly for this community. And our latest social research and community engagement actually reinforces that fact as well. We will undertake a more up-to-date review, looking at the latest research and information and technology, both at a national level and international level. And this will provide a really important input into the new council plan potentially, but also council's consideration around the next step. So thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. The next person is Remy LaRocca. We've only got 3 more, including Remy. Welcome, Remy. Your 3 minutes starts now. Just press that button if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jolly. Good evening. My name is Remy LaRocca. I'm a resident of the Yarra Bend ward. My question tonight is in regards to youth prosperity in Yarra. The Fitzroy Gaswork development includes commercial spaces that could play a vital role in supporting local businesses. However, with the high cost of renting commercial spaces, many young people in Yarra who aspire to own a business face significant barriers. Would the council be willing to explore zoning or other initiatives that allocate some of these commercial lots specifically for young entrepreneurs? Such a move could include subsidised rent or grants to encourage youth-led businesses, fostering local economic growth while empowering the next generation of business owners within our community.
Thank you, Remy. We've got Mary Osmond.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Remy, for your question. Council values fostering opportunities for youth-led businesses and supporting local economic growth. The Fitzroy Gasworks development plan was approved by the state government in September of 2022, and the overall plan does show some economic and commercial uses on the site. We will advocate to Development Victoria with the idea of possibly some subsidised rents for some of the commercial spaces. So we'll pass that feedback on. Thanks.
Thanks, Remy. The next person is Nick Koklanos. Welcome, Nick.
Good evening. My name is Nick Koklanos and I'm a resident at 408 Church Street, Richmond. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all the councillors on their election to the City of Yarra. I would like to wish you all good governance, effective leadership, and most importantly, moral representation of your community and its constituents. Unfortunately, my previous experience with the last council left me disappointed. I live in the former ward of Melbourne, which is now named Lennox. For starters, two of the former councillors representing the ward did not live there, and their main concerns seemed to be representing the interests of everybody else other than the constituents who elected them. Both respective councillors failed to adequately understand the issues that our community faced on a day-by-day basis. One of the key issues has been parking. The pocket of Church Street and Elm Grove and Charlotte Street, which run off it, are a highly stressed parking network. As a resident of Church Street, I have a thorough understanding of what takes place there on a daily basis. However, my concerns regarding lax parking regulations, failure of adequate parking inspections, and parking permit areas that were overrun by sporting patrons have all fallen on deaf ears. Lack of action by council further has encouraged this problem that has allowed everyone to take full advantage of parking opportunities in the area, while residents are forced to drive their cars around in circles. The issues were brought to the attention of both parking engineers of the City of Yarra and to my local councillors of the then ward of Melbourne. A then Herschel Landers suggested to me that I should consider using a bike instead of a car to meet my transportation needs. Furthermore, he advised me not to complain too much either, because I'd seen strong capital appreciation in my property's value from the time I'd bought it. Thankfully, he got on his own bike and he took off. What was the final straw for me was the council's plan.
Nick, just 1 second. I don't think it's right to have a crack at somebody who's not here.
That's okay.
So can we just get
I'm getting to the point, and I was actually moving on from that,
right,
but you've actually intervened. So just give me the chance, please.
Yeah, but
Okay.
just don't slag off people who
I'm not
aren't in the room.
slagging off anyone.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and you're more than welcome to read it, and then if you want me to continue, feel
but
free.
you can't
But I'm not
use
slagging
people.
off anyone. I'm actually stating a point.
I believe you are, so we have a difference of opinion. The difference is I'm running this meeting, and you're not. So don't talk about anyone who's not here tonight. It's not fair. Please get on to your question. I'll add the extra time. You won't lose
Please,
time.
please do. There's
Thank
nothing
you, Nick.
discriminatory in this. I'm not signalling
All right,
anybody
let's
out.
move on.
Okay, not a problem. I'm actually making a point, and this is my experience, and I would like council to acknowledge the fact that this is how a previous councillor spoke to me.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, if that's too hot to handle, that's not my problem. That's the reality that I faced as a ratepayer.
Yeah. I would not let anyone attack you if you weren't in this room tonight.
Nobody can attack me. Do you know what? I can hold my own ground.
And I'm going to ask you not to do the same. So can you
Good.
just please
Thank you
get
very
to the
much.
question?
You've intervened
Thank
and
you.
interrupted me, and I was getting on to the question.
When you speak out of order, I will intervene at every time. We've just had a discussion about manners at a meeting and treating each other with respect. So we're not going to just...
And you also said we're in a democratic country, and we're able to basically express our opinions
so please
democratically.
Get to your question.
Okay, I'm getting there. Now I've lost where I was. Give me a moment.
I've got your question here. I can read it out for you.
A then Herschel Lander suggested to me that I should consider using a bike instead of a car to meet my transportation needs. Furthermore, yeah, but I've been interrupted.
Please, no, Nick, you're being ridiculous now.
All right, fine,
You're
not a
actually
problem.
doing it twice over. Please just get to your
What
question.
was the final straw for me was the council's plan to close Charlotte Street from its Church Street entry, or the discontinuance as it was so craftily worded. My home sits barely 50 metres from the library. My protestations against the proposal are not against green or public space, but by council's inability to answer whether any traffic study they had commissioned had measured the impact the road closure would have on parking or traffic on Church Street, or if the 5 parking spots that would be compromised for the construction of the pocket park would be replaced in the area in any capacity. Initially, I was advised 3 parking spots. Then I was told 2.
Seconds left.
When I reached out to the mayor, at the then mayor, Edward Crossend, for further clarification, he forwarded my concerns to Mary Osmond. Through a sequence of emails, it was confirmed that no parking spots would be replaced. Can council please confirm, should the proposed discontinuance of Charlotte Street be successful, does the council have a plan to replace the 5 parking spots that will be eliminated? And also, did the council, through its traffic study, measure the impact the road's discontinuance would have on Church Street traffic and parking, or did they never bother to measure it? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Mary Osmond.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick. Council did undertake a detailed traffic analysis, and that was part of the council reports that were submitted to the chamber earlier this year. With respect to car parking, we have had a look at the area and have had some discussions with the Department of Transport, and there may be some opportunities to provide 2 additional spaces identified outside 399 Church Street. That is if the road is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond. The last question is from Louise Marson. Is she in the room? Okay. Well, that's the end of public question time. Thank you to all 19 people who asked questions. I'm going to move a general business procedural motion to change the order of business under 21.1 of the governance rules, and that is that we bring forward the general business motion, the large general business motion, to the next agenda item. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mackenzie. All those in favour? That's unanimously passed. Thank you. So what we're going to do, first up we're going to hear from the submitters. There's a bunch of people who have put their hands up to submit tonight. You'll get 2 minutes each. There's so many of you. You'll get 2 minutes and 2 minutes only. When those finish, we'll have a mover of the motion, which I believe is Councillor Gomez. We'll hear from the seconder to the motion, which I believe is Councillor Ho. I'll ask the other councillors if there are any amendments to the motions. We'll go through the 23 bits of the motion one at a time, and we'll say, is there any amendments to this? And we'll vote on those amendments. Some amendments might be accepted by the mover and seconder, some won't. The ones that aren't, we'll vote on, and then finally, we'll vote on the motion. That's the procedure. So we have, they may not all be in the room, so don't start screaming and panicking, but we've got 38 people with 2 minutes each. What I'm going to suggest is we hear those people, and then we'll have a short 3 or 4 minute break so you can go to the toilet and relax before the councillors debate the motion amongst themselves in front of you and vote on the motion. So we've got 38 people. I'm sure they're not all here though. So, but we'll just do it, and we're going to do it in the order of which they submitted. So, councillors, that's all clear to everybody? Yes? Okay, the first submitter is Aaron Rosenberg. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Aaron Rosenberg and I'm a resident of Richmond. I'm also a traffic engineer and a road safety auditor. Councillors would have received my email yesterday regarding the Coppin Street and Elizabeth Street bicycle facilities. This motion impacts the safety of real people, residents of the community. Think of the young teenager riding his bike up Coppin Street to high school, the mother with a kid on her cargo bike riding along Coppin Street, or someone who can't afford a car using a scooter to get around. On the Coppin Street bike lanes, the motion states removing bike-friendly park barriers. The way the motion is currently worded is not about investigating concerns of traffic congestion or waiting for the results of consultation currently underway. It is simply about removing bike facilities. If a safe bike riding isn't going to be provided along Coppin Street, where should safe riding facilities be? For north-south routes in Richmond, Burnley Street has high volumes of vehicles and B-double trucks. Church Street, another arterial, has issues of doorings and trams. Coppin Street has lower volumes of traffic, less chance of dooring, and connects the main Yarra Trail and Hyatt Street. Clearly, it is the best and easiest routes to provide for north-south bike riding. I'm aware that some people may have complained about traffic delays along Coppin Street. I am certain these delays are caused by Coppin Street is a rat run between Swan Street through to Hoddle Street. It also doesn't take a traffic engineer to understand that the bike facilities have not changed the number of traffic lanes in 3 out of the 4 pop-ups, and therefore cannot have impacted congestion there. At the 4th location, a short traffic lane has been removed. Why not actually investigate these changes rather than actually removing the bike facilities? Yesterday, I also put in a motion. I also put in comments about Elizabeth Street. I would argue that there should not be any widths below absolute minimum widths. It's a magic pudding, what you're asking for. It's not there. I emailed I emailed some suggestions.
Your 2 minutes are up. If you can just come to a conclusion, please.
Sure, yeah. Yesterday, I emailed councillors alternative wording for these matters that pragmatically considers the safety of people biking around Richmond. I ask that you please consider these amendments.
Thank you, Aaron. The next 3 will be, first up, Julie Baker, you're next, and then it'll be Robert Buttery and Eamon Veeney. So, Julie, if you're here, can you please come to the front? No, Julie. The next person is Robert Buttery. Thank you, sir. And then we'll have Eamon Veeney and Tim Mayer.
Thank you, Mayor.
2 minutes start now.
I live in Elizabeth Street and I'm a cyclist and appreciate the benefits of the cycle lanes. It's worth just going a little bit over the history. Most people have forgotten the history of what happened in Elizabeth Street, except if you live there, then it's a daily reminder of the impact on day-to-day life that it has for the residents. And the residents haven't been particularly considered in the design of the bike lanes. And just as importantly, the process of what happened to achieve those bike lanes has been a significant problem. And I think we can achieve a compromise and a better arrangement for the bike lanes. 76 parking spots were lost. It's not the parking spots that is the problem, it's the access to the residences along Elizabeth Street that is the problem, particularly between Shelley and Lennox Street. Those properties are landlocked, they have no rear access and they now have no front access, and it's very difficult to get a delivery, to get a tradie, and to do the normal things that most people would expect in terms of access to their residence. It's also difficult for the medical practices, dental practices and the religious temples in the area. The implementation was also problematic. There was no consultation with the residents, despite an edict from the council in 2019 that be the case. The trial was meant to be a refinement.
30 seconds, sir.
There was no refinement and very little input from the residents to improve the design. Simple proposal that the Albert Street pattern be continued onto Elizabeth Street, particularly between Shelley and Lennox, and I think we can achieve a better outcome that helps residents as well as the cyclists in the area. And I say that as a cyclist and as a resident.
Thank you, Robert. I should have said to the gallery and also to the other councillors that we're going to take all the submissions in one hit, and then if any councillor have got questions, you know, we can refer them and invite those particular submitters back if you've got a question for a particular submitter. Otherwise, this will just go on way too long. The next person is Eamon Veeney, then Tim Marr, and then Dora. I don't think Dora's here, though, but Dora's followed by Gabriel Murphy. So, Eamon, welcome. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I live in Abbotsford, which was part of the trial area for the 4-bin rollout in 2019. Since then, all other areas of Yarra have now got the 4 bins. We're 3%, the other 97% have now got it. However, when the FOGO bin was rolled out, the council decided to rename Abbotsford trial area as the alternate collection area. What that means is that we still get fortnightly general waste collection, whereas the rest of the council gets weekly. And that means we receive 130 collections a year, the rest of Yarra 156. So my question is, why have we still got an alternate collection area when everyone has got the same bins? Simple, fix it.
Thank you, Eamon. The next person is Tim Meyer, followed by Dora, if she's here. If not, it'll be Gabriel Murphy. Thanks, Tim. Your 2 minutes will start as soon as you put your backside on that chair. The microphone is on.
Okay, Tim Meyer. I live in North Fitzroy. I just want to make a general comment about the big motion. I'd also like to suggest, as an old teacher and facilitator, I hope I'm coming through clearly, but so many people up the front and elsewhere can't be heard because they don't get close enough to the mic. It may be just us old people up the back, I'm not sure. My 20 years in Yarra, I've never seen such interest in an election or a council activities as the last couple of years. And the way I see this motion is that a lot of people were elected on the basis that they represent the local community. And most of the issues in this motion are issues that were raised over and over again in the last couple of years with councillors who have since been elected. So my view of the motion, and if you look at it carefully, it basically asks for reports on issues. It doesn't make many decisions at all. There's a couple about meals and Charlotte's Park, but most of the motion asks for submissions. So what we want, it seems to me, is good information, good reports, so that quality decisions can be made on the issues that the local community have raised. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. I'll just say for the audience, the reason that there's so many reports sought in that motion is that under 25.3 of the rules of governance here at the City of Yarra, anything that involves the spending of money cannot just be arbitrarily voted on at a council meeting. It has to be a report. So that's why the reports are going to be coming back either next month or February, and I think one is March. So it will happen, but it has to go through that prism of a report. That's just something that we can't get around. The next person is Dora here. No? Okay, the next person is Gabriel Murphy, followed by Fiona Lang and Stuart Willey. Welcome, Gabriel. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My name is Gabrielle Murphy. I am Vice President of the Fitzroy Football Club and convener of the Edinburgh Garden Sporting Community. The EGSC, as it's known, is a coalition of the Fitzroy Football Club, the Edinburgh Cricket Club, Fitzroy Junior Football Club and the Fitzroy Tennis Club. As permanent tenants of the Brunswick Street Oval and the land adjacent to it, we offer and celebrate community sport and wellbeing programs that contribute significantly to community health and wellbeing here in Yarra and across the Melbourne metropolitan area. All EGSC clubs are run entirely by volunteers who donate untold hours and specialist expertise to this important community contribution to the benefit of all. The sporting club's representatives on the project control group for the Brunswick Street Oval redevelopment are also all volunteers and have been meeting with council officers online and in person on a monthly basis since 2018. Our efforts are strenuously supported by the local community and wider communities across the Melbourne metropolitan area and backed enthusiastically by a comprehensive range of media outlets: television, radio, press and online. Starting with Victorian state government funding of 6.5 and 6 $0.25 million that the EGS...
30 seconds left.
Well, I'd better just go to my final statement there. In addressing this motion, we exhort Council to move expeditiously and without further delay to see this redevelopment realised for the benefit of the community and as a genuine, life-changing contribution to community health and wellbeing at Yarra.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Fiona Lang? No. Oh, yes, Fiona, welcome. If you're up next, maybe work your way to the front. After Fiona, just before you start, sit down, Fiona. But before you start, Stuart Willie, Romy Zinger, and then Anne Jenkins. So your 2 minutes. Fiona starts now.
Fiona Lang, a resident. Congratulations, Stephen. I just really wanted to speak very quickly. I know lots of people have spoken, but my last time that I spoke here was my first time speaking in council, and I spoke to the bin tax, and I was just absolutely so distressed and appalled about how that whole process went. And when I saw this motion, I thought I just want to come up quickly to say how refreshing it is to see this list of things that people have put together through numerous consultation of all these wards that are now together, and I just commend the councillors to work towards giving the residents what they want, local community action on issues that deal with us. In particular, the gentleman who uses the wheelchair, I would really commend that e-scooters be looked at totally, and the bin tax, that should be totally reviewed. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Fiona. The next person is Stuart Willie. Welcome. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mayor. Stuart Wiley, President of Edinburgh Cricket Club and member of the Edinburgh Gardens supporting community. I'd like to just echo the sentiments of Gabrielle Murphy, my EGSC colleague before. And the bits I just wanted to emphasise is we're very lucky as a community to have the quality of volunteer-run local sporting clubs that we have in Yarra, and particularly in and around the Edinburgh Gardens. These are clubs that are recognised in their sports for being best in class around Australia, and I don't actually mean on-field success. It's around how they go to make sport inclusive and accessible for all. The challenge we have is the same volunteers that want to spend hours and hours and dozens of hours each week doing this need to spend time bumping in and out of rooms regularly without access to suitable club rooms or for change rooms for players of all genders, all ages and all abilities. At Edinburgh Cricket Club alone, we have 40 teams with cross men, senior women, boys and girls, and cricket programs for groups such as Special Olympics, and I would encourage and support the motion to expedite the build.
Thank you, Stuart. Romy? Welcome. Just before you start, I'll just say we've got Anne Jenkins and then Diana, which I don't have a surname for, and then Emily Stewart. Romy, welcome, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, councillors. I am exhausted. Our daily walk to primary school is consumed by the hypervigilance required to scan each and every street sign, street pole, footpath and intersection to remove stickers that make my family feel unwelcome, unsafe and vilified. We spent a long year grieving the murder of friends, the horrors of war and the loss of innocent life in Gaza, while suffering in the context of rising anti-Semitism and hatred in our neighbourhood and feeling the need to justify our existence as Jews. I recently took my child to the park where she saw an Israeli flag with a red cross through it. She turned to me and asked, "Mummy, are Jews not allowed to play in this park anymore?" How is my 5-year-old supposed to know the difference between that and the Jewish Star of David? As a parent, how would you feel? As the descendant of Holocaust survivors who found sanctuary in Australia, how would you feel? Experiencing racism and discrimination are my own lived experience and are happening throughout the inner north. We're seeing it run out of control in Sydney. Is this next for the streets of Yarra? There is a huge difference between stickers in the streets that importantly support Palestinians and those that promote and foster hate. It has reached the point where neo-Nazis are feeling free in the city of Yarra to promote their groups known for grooming young people as white supremacists. Their stickers are on council property throughout Clifton Hill and Abbotsford and around our schools. How welcome would you feel? Would you consider moving? I know we are. We have decided to give it 6 more months under the guidance of a new council to see if Yarra is a safe place for Jews to live. This motion is a positive and impressive step that the council can take to keep all residents safe. I now read the following on behalf of another mother in Abbotsford.
Sorry, I know this is very bad for me to interrupt. Just to say you've got 30 seconds left.
Thank you. I've lived in the city of Yarra for over 12 years and I'm raising my family here. I love the sense of community and have always loved the cultural differences celebrated by council. My particular cultural difference is that I'm Jewish and I lived for many years in Israel. I am staunchly pro-Palestinian and also believe in Israel's right to exist and Jewish self-determination, which makes me a Zionist, like most Jews around the world. The recent political corruption of the word Zionist, though deliberate and malevolent misrepresentation, has been on full display in Yarra. And its relentless graffiti, stickers and posters. Last week I saw a sticker of a Star of David with a red triangle over it, the symbol used by Hamas. How are we supposed to feel safe here? My time is up, so I will just...
No, thank you. You made your point really clearly. Thank you.
Excuse me, mate. Can I just...
Councillor Davies?
Do you mind if I just...
Yes. Remy, do you want to just 1 second? I think you've got a question coming your way.
if you don't mind, I just want to say you absolutely have my full support while I'm a councillor here. Anti-Semitism will not be accepted in any shape or form. It will be squashed. You absolutely, and the Jewish community has my full support.
Thank you, Romy. The next speaker is Anne Jenkins, followed by Diana with no surname, Emily Stewart and Ros Edwards. And we're going through this really fast, so thank you all for being really disciplined with your 2 minutes. Welcome, Anne. You're next.
I'm not Anne, but I'm reading on behalf of Anne, who's away. She's a Richmond resident of 40 years. My name's Maylin. Under Section 17 of the Road Management Act, for discontinuance, councils are required to show that the road is not reasonably required for public use. Council has failed to demonstrate that Charlotte Street is not reasonably required. Charlotte Street is part of the public road network. It carries 600 cars per day. Charlotte Street's both residential and commercial. It directly connects to 2 roads. It's the primary access point for residences, the Richmond Library, a council-owned public car park, and gives rear access for deliveries to several Swan Street businesses. It will also be the access point of the car park of the approved RSL development. In addition, electric charging stations have now been installed in the corner of the public car park. Note City of Yarra's policy in relation to laneways. It lists the criteria to be considered in determining whether a road is reasonably required for general public use, and the points listed above all satisfy that criteria. Charlotte Street is required as a public road. At the September council meeting, councillors voted to retain the local livable streets program, yet shortly after it was confirmed the discontinuance of Charlotte Street was to proceed. It seems contradictory to proceed with making Elm Grove and Charles Street unlivable, with traffic doubling in some of those streets during the trial closure. The findings of the traffic group analyses of both 2022-2024 traffic surveys contradict the findings of a wider traffic management survey conducted by that same expert in 2012. From the outset, there's been a failure to consult with those most affected, to listen to and respond to numerous emails, questions and submissions, and it's been very evident there's been a failure of councillors and council officers to understand the ramifications of such a proposal. In conclusion, council prejudged its exercise of power. It has failed the residents most impacted. I appeal to you to stop the discontinuance of Charlotte Street, Richmond.
Thank you. Emily Stewart, followed by Ros Edwards and then Bryn Pender.
Congrats, guys. Very happy. My name is Emily. I'm an Elm Grove resident since 2012. I live next to St Crispin Lane, right near Church Street. I wish to object to the closure of Charlotte Street. The temporary pocket park was deactivated back in April this year, and the negative implications this caused remain etched into my mind. The most obvious implication was the heavy traffic that the temporary pocket park created down our street. It wasn't only at peak times each day, but it was generally busier all day. This had a trickle effect on many more cars using St Crispin Laneway. I have 3 young children, 7, 4 and 20 months, and I felt quite insecure getting my children in and out of the car, which I never felt earlier. Elm Grove is a very popular street to walk down, and I genuinely feel it would only be a matter of time before someone was injured by all this extra traffic. I can see out into the street from my kitchen bench, and every evening during the temporary pocket park, all I could see was constant brake lights, car after car after car gridlocked, cars using the laneway and in most cases driving too fast out of irritation. Honestly, my husband and I have discussed potentially moving if it goes ahead. I kindly ask that you think about the following. Are the implications of very heavy traffic, aggravated drivers, speeding drivers, frustrated local residents, irritated workers just wanting to get home, danger for young and old people walking the streets, and and frustration for local businesses who will struggle with
30
access to the
seconds left.
businesses. Are they worth it? Are they worth it for a pocket park that would rarely be used for the intended purpose, give concrete jungle vibes, wouldn't have the support of many local residents, encourage a homelessness hangout, and encourage antisocial behaviour? It's not worth it. If it was, it wouldn't be this hard for the council to get approval in the first place. We all love green space, which is why we are fighting so hard to protect our beautiful tree-lined street. We're in fact trying to save the green space here. We would love to see more green space, but in the right place. The right place would be somewhere that does not shut down an integral street in a busy area. If I could, I would kindly walk out there and
Emily,
beg
your
you
time
guys.
is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ross Edwards, followed by Bryn Pender and Ann Convey. Welcome, Ross. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thanks. Ross Edwards from Richmond. I've asked a number of questions, I suppose, around the flood overlay since over previous council meetings. I've finally received a copy of the detailed flood modelling report, and so my commentary is around the flood overlay, obviously. Kind of the core of that is looking forward 75 years to the future and modelling the response of the existing drainage to a 75-year future rainfall, which is obviously predicted to increase. I suppose my point is that that's 75 years in the future. We have time to actually plan a strategy around that. And I suppose the strategy we've seen in terms of the flood overlay is very narrow. It's focused on just drainage and overlays. And I suppose we have the opportunity and time, as is the council's remit, to actually plan a strategy around stopping the stormwater actually getting into the drainage in the first place. So actually other aspects of managing the flood rather than having a flood overlay. So I suppose I just wanted to provide commentary. I support the deferment, but I suppose it's more than actually understanding the drainage network itself. It's actually planning a broader strategy, whether that's working with other councils, looking at the state government, or working with Melbourne Water. That all has to form part of the strategy. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Bryn Pender, followed by Ann Coveney, and then Nathaniel Kiwi. Very good. Thank you, Ann.
Hi, my name is Bryn Pender. I'm a part of the Cremorne Community Inc. I'm objecting to the closure of the Charlotte Street Park. The reason for my objection is I think there's been a substantial consultation period and a lot of community involvement prior to this. I don't disagree that the Charlotte Street area might not be the ideal place for a green area, but it is a green area and significant resources have already been, put into the stage of the project where it is. I work in projects and I understand how, budgets get allocated, and we do have budget. It's up to the tender process. So my view is that it would be a shame to close it at this point. It is a step towards green space, and I think the majority of the community and also the councillors are for the introduction of more green spaces around the area. So that's my view. I think it would be a significant waste to turn back after so much progress has been made on this. I realise there are different points of view. However, a decision has been made, it has been budgeted for, and therefore my view is that we should move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryn. The next person is Nathaniel Kiwi, followed by Glenn McCallum, and then Mark Soffer. Welcome.
Thank you.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thanks. Nat Lennox Ward Richmond. Congratulations, Andrew. My statement is in relation to the road closure in Charlotte Street. As a resident of Elm Grove, my family and I strongly object to the closure of Charlotte Street for the purpose of a pocket park. Charlotte Street, as mentioned before, is vital for traffic flow, supporting 650 cars daily. During the recent trial, the adjacent Elm Grove, in which we live, experienced severe congestion, unsafe conditions for children, and several side-swiping incidents. Our car got sideswiped last week, actually, as it's a very narrow street. It's a single carriageway, whereas Charlotte Street is a double carriageway. Well, we highly value green spaces and visit one of the 3 local parks that are within 700 metres of the proposed closure every day. That park starts pretty much at Swan Street and goes down to the river. So if people within 700 metres of the proposed closure can't manage to get there, it's a beautiful space, and I urge them to do so. The closure of Charlotte Street is hugely problematic for traffic, safety of residents and park cards. We urge you to vote to keep Charlotte Street open and consider alternatives for the pocket park. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Glenn McCallum, Mark Soffer, Nicholas Declaris. 2 minutes, Glenn, starting now.
No worries. Mayor and Councillors, Glenn McCallum, North Fitzroy. I just was going to speak briefly on the angle parking versus parallel parking matter. I am both a cyclist and a motorist, so I see it from both sides. I can understand that cyclists are nervous about angle parking. I cycle lots of angle parking every day, completely without incident. I think that there are, however, some hotspots, and you can just consult the Vic Road accident statistics, which also apply to council roads. So I think there's an opportunity there. It's not just a popularity contest, whether or not it's angle parking or parallel parking, but I think it also needs to be tempered by actual hard data on accident statistics. So maybe consider as relevant when you are weighing your consideration whether there are actual hotspots to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Mark Soffer, followed by Nicholas Declaris, and then Maria Declaris. Welcome, Mark. Your 2 minutes starts now.
That was on. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Let me just first start saying I support the motion. And the reason I support the motion is because I support democracy. I think what we have seen as the first step from this council tonight is an extraordinary step forward for our community. And one of the specific items that I want to touch on in relation to the motion is Elizabeth Street. And for those that don't know, I'm a co-founder of the Yarra Residents Collective, and Elizabeth Street, and frankly the incredibly anti-democratic, anti-community imposition of the bicycle lanes in Elizabeth Street was one of the 2 reasons that Yarra Residents Collective was formed. And I think to see this and to see the support from the community here tonight, and hopefully from the new council, will be a big step forward in not only, frankly, reaching a reasonable compromise on that issue, but actually extending an olive branch to the community on a range of issues that have divided us over the last 4 years in particular. And I think you can see from the overwhelming number of speakers who have spoken so far, we support this. The vote was overwhelming, the community support it. The sentiment in the community is one of change and a change of direction for Yarra. I also wanted to say, along with Ron, who spoke earlier, as part of Yarra's Jewish community, it has been an incredibly tough period as a member of Yarra's Jewish community. And I think that Romy spoke incredibly well about the pain and incredibly discomfort that we have gone through. This council needs to lift its game. This council needs to represent all of the community, and this council needs to stand out hate in this community. So I thank you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Mark. Nicholas Declaris. Welcome, sir. You get an extra 2 minutes. I'll give you 4. All right, your 2 minutes start now.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas and I'm 11 years old and I live on Elm Grove. I had the opportunity to speak at a previous council meeting regarding my concerns with the discontinuance of Charlotte Street, but I feel as though my voice and the voices of others in the area were dismissed. So I find myself here again this evening advocating for the reversal of the closure of Charlotte Street. The temporary closure of Charlotte Street became a safety issue for myself and my friends who regularly hang out around McNamara Street, Charles Street and Elm Grove. The number of vehicles diverting through these streets was dangerous, and the drivers became so frustrated when they had to park on the side of roads for oncoming cars. Some residents couldn't even reverse out of their garage safely as Elm Grove is such a narrow street. The temporary pocket park had its own issues. Both myself and my friends were confronted a few times by antisocial behaviour and drug use. Twice we called our parents and police were involved. We had to call our parents to pick us up after spending time at Barclay Gardens as we felt unsafe. Barclay Gardens is where all the kids go to hang out. Families meet at Barclay Gardens for barbecues, celebrations, relaxing and taking out their dogs. That is a safe environment. Charlotte Street is near a busy and noisy Church and Swan Street and not a safe or ideal location. Barclay Gardens is only minutes away and people love this area of Richmond. I hope this council listens to the majority of local residents and businesses and reverses the decision to discontinue Charlotte Street. This would be the sensible decision and most democratic decision. Is this not what the council wants? Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Maria De Claris. Maria, are you here? Yep. Followed by Chris Kokias and then Jeremy Burge.
Can I just say in regards to Chris, he tested positive this morning for COVID and he asked me to speak on his behalf. So can I just grab his note, go through mine and then his?
Maybe do yours and then I'll let someone else speak while you go back and get,
Okay,
so
no
we can just keep the flow.
Great, thank
Maria,
you.
you're next. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good evening and congratulations to all our newly appointed councillors. Well done, Andrew, and to Mr Jolly. I'm Maria, a resident of Elm Grove, Lennox Ward, and I too am fully supportive of your new council plan. I've lived in Richmond my entire life and the discontinuance of Charlotte Street continues to be a contentious issue and with just cause. The permanent closure would have significant negative effects on local residents, businesses, adverse impact on accessibility and connectivity. A recently retired Yarra councillor posted the following comments on social media. It should have been deferred when I provided the opportunity earlier this year because it was clear that officers had not reconciled many of the issues around and access to the local network. This statement alone should be enough to reverse this decision. Charlotte Street is a vital link within the neighbourhood and throughout our suburb. It provides essential access for residents, commuters, access to the local Richmond Library. Local businesses rely on Charlotte Street for customer access, deliveries and visibility. Discontinuance of this street would directly impact their business and their livelihood. Discontinuing Charlotte Street may also have a direct impact for emergency times for emergency vehicles, such as fire and medical assistance, due to increased congestion of traffic in and around the surrounding streets. Recently installed electric charging stations on the car park will also require access through Charlotte Street, and the use of these stations will obviously see an increase in vehicles in the area. Petitions, feedbacks and meetings have demonstrated widespread concern about this proposal. The discontinuance would have negative consequences for connectivity, safety and the overall well-being of the community. We are very fortunate to already have access to beautiful and safe gardens and parks within minutes of this proposed pocket
Maria,
park.
your time is up. I'm really
I
sorry.
respectfully urge you to reconsider this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, go and get Chris's notes while Jeremy Bird speaks. And after you come back with Chris's notes, we've got Ian Carmichael and then Karen Ovenga.
Hello, councillors. Jeremy Burge here, Lennox Ward, speaking in favour of cycling infrastructure in Richmond. I'd say we have very little uncompromised cycling infrastructure in Richmond. All the bike lanes we have are at best mediocre. Elizabeth Street is one decent, straight, well-connected cycle lane. It's wide enough for 2 bikes. If you were to introduce parking or to compromise it in some way, it would remove quite a useful link straight to the city of North Richmond. On the topic of Coppin Street, the junctions there, the same applies. We have so little good infrastructure in Richmond. This is a modest improvement. As has been stated before, Coppin Street is one of the few north-south corridors that is safe for bikes because Church Street and Burnley Street are not. And when it comes to the pocket park on Charlotte Street, as a parent who goes to baby classes with my child, there's hundreds of children that attend the library. It seems a little bit disingenuous to state that children should be going to a park further away. Children already go to the library and it is a busy junction. The pocket park would improve that. I'm mindful that people are saying, I've heard a lot of topics around access to Charlotte Street. Charlotte Street would remain open. It's just a small section of how you access Charlotte Street. And if Elm Grove residents have concerns about their street, I would suggest that a modal filter on Elm Grove would alleviate that, where you don't allow through traffic through Elm Grove as well, because it is a narrow street. And allowing the pocket park to go ahead with a modal filter on Elm Grove
30 seconds.
would actually be a way to achieve a great improvement. And in future, when pocket parks are implemented, people love them in future. Once it's implemented, people love these for years to come. It'd be such a shame to lose that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeremy. Maria channeling Chris, followed by Ian Carmichael and then Karen Ovenga. Your 2 minutes start now. This is Chris Kokios's contribution.
Yeah, my name is Chris. Me and my wife have lived in Charlotte Street for over 50 years. We are opposed to the closure of Charlotte Street. We never thought the previous council would make such a decision that has caused so much disharmony, anger and frustration between locals, neighbours and businesses. We witnessed firsthand the increase in traffic throughout our neighbouring street and the increase of numbers of vehicles using St Crispin Street and Elm Grove. We saw frustration from drivers that were unable to access the car park from Church Street, the number of U-turns turning back down Charlotte Street and the effects of local businesses. Now I've been told there's a charging station to be installed in the car park. This will only make matters worse. I don't blame the residents on Elm Grove being unhappy with this proposal. If it was the other way around, I'm sure Charlotte Street residents would not be happy with this proposed pocket park. The actual pocket park is a concern in itself. With my grandchildren visiting on weekends, we were having to avoid this area in the evening due to drunken behaviour. On Sunday mornings, while out for my early walk, I saw multiple syringes around the area before the council clean-up came through.
30 seconds.
We have so many beautiful green space around us. Please do not discontinue our street for the survival of local businesses and the safety of all us locals. Thank you.
Thank you. We're well over halfway, just in case you're thinking, where are we? We've got Ian Carmichael, Karen Hovenga, and then Michael Spencer again from the Fitzroy Residents Association. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you. Ian Carmichael, Charles Street. Resident, I support Mayor Jolly's motion that Council determines that not to proceed with the delivery of a park at Charlotte Street. Of course, the proposed park at Charlotte Street and the discontinuance of Charlotte Street itself are inexorably linked. Charlotte Street's one of the widest side streets in Richmond. It's superbly designed and constructed over 150 years ago, 200 metres long, carrying, as you've heard before tonight, over 600 vehicles a day, containing 2 broad vehicle carriageways, 2 protected bicycle lanes, parking either side of the street. It's now become clear that in fact Council effectively reverse engineered the proposed discontinuance of Charlotte Street to accommodate their proposal for a pocket park to be dropped into an entirely inappropriate location on the corner of Church Street. In doing so, they resolved to discontinue Charlotte Street, deeming it to be no longer reasonably required for public use. I have 2 words: go figure. Among other oversights in coming to the decision to discontinue this much-used street, Council appears not to have properly considered the impact this would have on the proposed RSL unit redevelopment or any future redevelopment of the library and Church Street, both of which are located, guess where? On the corner of Charlotte Street.
30 seconds.
Aside of this wild idea of closing the road, a good number of people don't believe that the park should clog up the corner of Charlotte Street. And look, everyone loves a park, but wouldn't you think a lot more consideration could be directed to where the best spot for a new little pocket park should be? I think so. Significant to note that during the trial period, as you have already heard, lots of smelly, various unpleasant odours, and the site was really badly affected by traffic noise and fumes. There are many Charlotte Street residents who I think would
Your time's
agree,
run out, sir.
and common sense should prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Karen Ovenga is next, followed by Michael Spencer and then Han Nguyen from the VSBA. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. I support democracy. I support the ability of people to contribute to council meetings and to have their engagement in council processes taken up and understood and made action on. I think that's really important. So I've got 2 minutes to speak on either 36 items or 9 items. So the really fast version, I would normally speak on e-scooters and e-bikes. I would speak on Elizabeth Street cycle lanes. Dooring is bad. Coppin Street pop-ups, don't remove them. There's a current engagement process. The bin collection and waste charge, the Charlotte Street Park, the flood overlay, I would speak about parking, I would speak about climate action, and I would speak about sport ground views. But I've only got a minute left. How does that support democracy? And how can councillors engage on so many issues all at once? That just doesn't seem to support democracy to me. Many of these items have already been through a significant engagement process, and why can't councillors actually do the reading? The reports are there and everything's available. In particular, the Charlotte Street Park submitters feel very worn down and tired. They spend a lot of energy in working towards having that process go through, and the engagement process that was run by council showed that the majority of people engaging wanted that park to go ahead. They weren't the people who came to this meeting, and after I spoke earlier, I had another 2 people message me quietly to say, yes, it was the Charlotte Street Park, and I would not be going to that meeting and speaking on the Charlotte Street Park because my views would not be welcomed and they would not feel comfortable doing that. I think that it's really important that council and councillors support the engagement processes that are available online and available to everybody, not just those who speak at meetings.
Thank you, Karen. The next speaker is Michael Spencer, followed by Han Nguyen from the VSBA, and then Elizabeth Clark from Legs. That's enhanced Gladell Street.
Thanks, Mayor. Michael Spencer, Fitzroy Residents Association, and congratulations to the Council on putting forward a clear agenda. There's one, we could, like the last speaker, we could speak on a number of items, but I'm sure we'll get plenty of opportunity in due course. The one item I would like to focus on tonight is item 14, bin collection and waste charges. This is the most consequential because it is the largest recurrent budget item and affects virtually every household in the municipality in one way or another. We have been critical of Council's performance on waste consistently over the past year. There are 3 elements to this waste policy. The first is driving our commitment to a circular economy, reducing waste. The second is how we organise and collect the waste, how we manage it. And the third is how we pay. And we believe all 3 of those need to be linked. If we take a systems view of waste in Yarra, these issues are all linked and complementary. Minimising waste, collecting efficiently, we reduce costs to ratepayers who are seriously stressed in any case. So rather than go into detail, which I've got quite a bit of here and I'll share with you in due course, really the proposal we would like to put, Mayor, would be that in dealing with this issue will require a lot more than indicated
30 seconds.
Yeah, I got that. Dealing with this issue will require a lot more than indicated in the motion, and our proposal would be that the matter be referred to a standalone waste advisory committee, thereby adding to a 4th committee to point 22, or made a priority for consideration by the Financial Sustainability Committee that's already in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Han Nguyen, VSBA. Welcome. You'll be followed by Elizabeth Clark and then Owen Dixon.
Hi everyone, my name is Han Nguyen, the President for the Victoria Street Traders Associations. First of all, congratulations to all the councillors elected. VSBA, our Victoria Street Business Association, full support for motion 28 as presented in the meeting tonight. We support the return of elite street parking. We know that there is a issue with bicycle path. However, that creates some issue with the parking because Victoria Street is one of the streets got the clear way, and when you have the clear ways, this will mean that we have less parking and create a bit of a chaotic in the people try to find the parking in during that time and create a bit of a traffic around the area. The second thing that we would support is the free 1 hour parking. That's really important for us to do business on the street, such as Swan Street, Victoria Street, and Bridge Road, because most shopping centres do provide some sort of free parking or reduced parking. And for us to get the parking is it's quite important to get business, given that the condition of the business that we're in at this stage. Otherwise, people will not go on the street and they end up going on to online or go to the shopping centre. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Clark, followed by Owen Dixon, and then Teresa Saldana.
I'd like to address the Charlotte Street Park. Remember how the council voted unanimously for the park corner of Richmond Terrace and Docker Street? We heard all these arguments, all of them, back then. And now it is used and loved and settled down, and those problems have gone. But the Charlotte Street Park is much more important. It is a natural place for a park. More than half Richmond residents are renters. Some watch every penny, can't drive, buy a book, or even pay to heat a room. The library is an oasis, a calm, warm, or cool place to study, meet, work, or simply sit and read. It may be plain, but it's not an ordinary building. It's a major community hub that belongs to all of us. It deserves respect, and a park is more respectful than a road, especially one used as a rat run to skip the lights at Church and Swan. Traffic down Elm Grove should be discouraged too. The library is busy. Adult Education, Historical Society, the Women's Art Register, Richmond Theaterette, and so much for kids. Baby time, story time, rhyme time, Greek stories, play, blah, blah, blah. Children's show, kids' clothing swap, play group, school holidays, but kids and cars don't mix. A woman who signed the fellow park supporters petition said, "When my little granddaughter was going to story time, I was always afraid that she would run out the door and straight into traffic. The children's section is right by the entrance. I know people are responsible for their kids, but they can get away from you, especially if you have more than one." Out the front of the library is a natural place for a park with trees. Let's have the Charlotte Street Park as well as planning for new green space in Cremorne. A recent mental health survey of 600 young people found their two main concerns were fear about the future, cost of living. A park draws people together. Please create this park and reinforce that feeling of community and calm. Stop the traffic so locals can tram, walk or ride there easily, and make it a place for a cheerful event or to sit down and have your lunch. Put the common good ahead of cars.
Just for the governance, just before you go, just got a
Yep.
bit confused because you've spoken under two different names. What are you?
Professionally, I'm Elizabeth Honey.
Okay. Thank you.
But for MyGov and Passport, I'm
no
Mrs.
worries,
Clark.
no worries. Thank you so much. Owen Dixon. No Owen Dixon here. Okay. Teresa again. Welcome. And Teresa will be followed by Master Tin Hao and then Jacob Sasher. And we're almost there.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. I support the motion. I support revisiting decisions that were not evidence-based. I want to address Elizabeth Street. I know it is highly contentious, but there are a couple of things. One was fair representation. It did not, the figures that worked out did not fairly represent all the particular groups. It underrepresented motorists and pedestrians, overweighted cyclists. There was also a bias in terms of listening to the Vietnamese community. They didn't have access to the online portal as well as the ability to present at meetings. The third thing was fairness to all road users. The solutions that were derived did not meet all needs, and that was unfair to a community that's as diverse as ours. On Coppin Street, issues emerging is traffic bottlenecks. Council is aware of the bottlenecks. There are, at the moment, traffic counters on Coppin Street, as well as neighbouring streets, which basically indicate an issue. Traffic is being diverted past the Richmond Kindergarten, which is not something that you want. Business impacts. The local businesses are being impacted in terms of customers not being able to exit their properties. There's also misleading claims on the Have Your Say website, which is talking about increases in percentages without talking about actual numbers. So basically, you're looking at large percentages, but possibly off really small bases. So welcome, evidence-based decisions. I would urge that when the reports are bought for all of us to have a look at in February, that besides the reports, I would like to see the data. I would also like to see traffic counter information so that the decisions that we make
10 seconds.
are evidence-based and are representative of the entire community.
Thank you, Teresa. The next speaker is Master Tin Hao. Thank you. We've got a monk in the house, and welcome. And we've got an interpreter under the 74.11. I'm entitled to give a little bit more time to somebody who's using an interpreter.
Good evening. My name is Tan Ha. I'm a member of the temple for 25 years. And since day one, I with the temple and I go through with the community. And most of our members in the temple are people around Richmond area. In the past few years, when we have the bicycle lane built in, we see magnificent difficult for us. Number one, like all the elderly couldn't be dropped off in front of the temple to enter the temple, especially for people with illness. They have to be on a wheelchair or in a walker. It's very hard for them to mobile around, and sometimes their children couldn't drop them up in front of the temple, especially in winter in the bad weather. Many of our members are living around the area. Also, they couldn't get their children to come and visit them often enough because they couldn't find parking. I think more than 70 car park been taken away because of the bicycle lane. And sometimes, because I'm the one who helped the temple to connect with all the tradies and people to come and deliver the goods, many times they didn't turn up, or they come and they couldn't do the job. They said, oh, there's no parking. They got tools in the car, they got tools in the truck. They couldn't do the job, so they turn away. So our concern is how we can encourage people that with disabled or on the wheelchair come back to the temple with the help of the parking, if the council can help to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We've got Jacob, Sasha, Marilyn, Zoe, and Susan Marr, the next three. Welcome, Jacob.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. We've heard tonight about anti-Semitism and racism. One of the items in this report, one of the motions here, says that the report should be presented to council. I'm paraphrasing that all major events for all major multicultural communities represented in Yarra. So they should get a report. In the immediate period, officers are requested to adequately decorate Yarra with Christmas decorations as appropriate. So let me just be crystal clear here. Marginalized groups, you get a report. The so-called mainstream Christian community, you get adequate and appropriate services. Now, some people might say, well, Australian history, we have a culture here, a history of Christianity, of celebrating Christmas. Well, on the first fleet, there were Jewish people. But you know who else was here before the first fleet in the history of Australia? Aboriginal people. I note they aren't included in this report. At the very, very least, I hope that gets amended. But also, I really urge you to consider why some groups should get adequate and appropriate services and other people get a report. Now, I was here, I came to this meeting expecting to talk about bike lanes and do what I normally do, where I beg for my right not to be hit by cars. Sure. And I beg for my right to have a bike lane that's wide enough that when a car door opens, I swerve out of the way, I don't get hit by another car. That's what I was expecting. But this is such an upsetting conception of this new council, of the way that I hope you don't plan to govern, that I couldn't not speak on it. Thank you all. See you next time.
Thank you, Jacob. The next speaker is Marilyn Choi. Marilyn? Sorry, Maylene, I do apologise. And then Susan Mayer and then Lisa Lockman.
Hi there, I'm Maylin, an Elm Grove resident, also a Richmond business owner. Desperately hoping you'll overturn the plans to close Charlotte Street for a pocket park. The determination and process was riddled with errors. There's good reason to believe it's unlawful. Throughout the process, Council conflated support for the park with support for the road discontinuance. In doing so, they continually and perhaps intentionally confused the issue. They failed to afford the community natural justice. They failed to make a valid determination based on real and relevant data with respect to the road. Instead of impartially determining if the road was no longer reasonably required, as they're required to do in the provision in the Road Management Act, Council mischaracterised the issue as a campaign for green space. That's an irrelevant consideration in the context of the Act. I do feel for those who are so impassioned about the park. They were cheated by the process too. They were promised a park with no reason to think Council had the location wrong. In the abstract, a park outside a library sounds like a wonderful idea. It's understandable to like parks. I like parks. It's understandable to choose a park over a road if you don't live or work in that area or have any use for that road. And it's understandable to sign up for petitions from streets or even suburbs further away thinking you're doing the right thing. It sounds so obvious to want a park instead of a road. I heard an MP drum up the outrage. Imagine choosing bitumen over a park, as if the residents of Elm Grove somehow all met on Tinder based on our bizarre shared passion for roads and traffic management. But I guarantee if this happened in your street, you would be dismayed. You would be asking yourself, like I did, how could this possibly be allowed? Well, I've spoken to several lawyers
30 seconds.
with expertise in the area. It doesn't sound like it is allowed. The traffic studies combine many errors and omissions. The surveyor's report's unbelievably inaccurate. What takes the cake, if not the whole bakery, is the report that Yarra sent to DTP. For road discontinuance, Council's obliged to seek community engagement, and they did do this. In July, Council received 86 submissions opposing the road closure. We were the clear majority. So knowing the submission date was July, why did Council complete their report for DTP in June? Why did they fill in the community and stakeholder engagement section, somehow not mention the forthcoming submission date?
Thank you for your submission.
Not mention the RSL, the key stakeholder.
Thank you. Susan Mayer, followed by Lisa Lockman and then Peter Razos.
Okay. Mr Mayor, I would like to thank you and the newly elected councils who have worked on this motion. I see it as a gesture of goodwill. And this motion addresses long-standing issues which I am familiar with and I know have been ignored until this point. I feel residents have been listened to, but I'm expecting more. I know this is just the beginning of a huge challenge with the need to address climate change hanging over us all. I am tired of being dismissed as a privileged baby boomer, unconcerned about climate change. 35 years ago, I had kids in my primary school classroom designing passive solar housing, planting Indigenous trees and sorting waste. I remember explaining we needed to open windows instead of turning on an air conditioner because they'd just come in from play where they could work up a sweat even in winter. It is terrifying that we have actually gone backwards since those days. The use of plastic packaging and oversized petrol-guzzling vehicles has increased exponentially in the 20 years I have lived in Yarra. And don't get me started on environmentally disastrous development. My grade 3 kids could have designed better places to live. But I'm optimistic. It takes a team. The way ahead will not be easy, but I feel our best hope is for councillors to listen respectfully to their constituencies as well as each other if we are going to have a chance of future-proofing Yarra City. This motion is the beginning of a positive way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We've got Lisa Lockman, followed by Peter Razos. Can you just press the button for the... Yeah, thank you.
I'm here on behalf of a number of businesses, in particular Jai-Ho, Future and Burnt Butter. My business is situated on Swan Street. We, along with 6 other businesses, have a private car park that we access at the end of Charlotte Street car park. Whilst we welcome new green space, we have a number of property accessibility and traffic control concerns if the park goes ahead. The only way we'll be able to access the rear of our properties in the morning should the closure occur will be by coming through the south of Church Street, turning right into Elm and then down St Crispin Lane, or a long journey through the back streets of Coppin Street. This seems grossly unfair inconvenience just to access our properties legally. Significant restricted entry to the rear of our properties already exists. I wish to highlight a no right-hand turn into Charles Street when coming along the east of Swan Street. Elm Street has no left turn when coming from the north on Church Street and turning left into Elm. These restrictions are in place 7:30 to 9:30am. St Crispin Street between Elm and Charlotte is a two-way lane which cannot service traffic going both ways at the same time. We utilise Charlotte Street, Church Street intersection regularly for deliveries, and without this we'll find it extremely difficult to turn right into Swan Street from St Crispin Street, as there is no clear way here per my submitted documents emailed last night. It should be noted we hold up traffic and trams when we complete this term. There is no clear way on either side of Swan Street. Many of our supply deliveries come in the morning before 9:30 to the rear of our property. The above restrictions force our suppliers and their large trucks to access us from the north of St Crispin Street or illegally from the south of St Crispin Street. I'm conscious of time. I'm going to skip through to our most important part, which is our clients, where we will be severely impacted and the difficulty to access Charlotte Street car park.
Sorry, you've run out of time. I'll give you one sentence if you want to just wrap it up.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Sorry. I thought I had 3 minutes. My apologies. We're concerned about the access of our clients to our property. We're a small business. If it's hard to access our business, our clients will simply go elsewhere, up or down to major suppliers who are not small businesses.
Thank you, Lisa. Is Peter Razos in the House? No? Okay, well, the last 2 speakers are Remy LaRocca and Adam Prominence. Welcome back. Remy, you've got 2 minutes from the minute you sit down.
Thank you, Mayor Jolly. As a resident who has grown up and lived in the Yarra Bend ward my whole life and participated in many community sports, I strongly support motions 9 and 10 regarding the Brunswick Street Oval redevelopment. Expediting this project is vital to deliver modern, inclusive facilities that cater to the growing number of female football players. With female participation in sports rapidly increasing, it is essential for the Council to prioritise infrastructure that supports and encourages women and young girls to take up football and other sports. This redevelopment sends a clear message that the new Yarra Council values investment in community sport facilities and is committed to providing opportunities for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. And the last submitter will be Adam Prominence. Welcome, Adam. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Cool. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name's Adam Prominence. I was the co-founder of the Yarra Residents Collective. You heard from my other co-founder, Mark, earlier. And also thank you to Mayor Jolly for the opportunity to speak, or Dear Leader, as you were quoted in the media earlier this week. A new direction for Yarra. This motion represents, frankly, more than the last 4 years was achieved on council. 4 years ago, I spoke in front of this council. We spoke about the need for leadership. The last council and all 4 mayors failed dismally. It was an incompetent, dysfunctional council that failed to listen to its residents. You've heard tonight, there are people tonight that I haven't seen in 4 years. Because quite frankly, they stopped turning up because they didn't believe that they were going to be listened to. Tonight, we've got a new direction for Yarra. It is the opportunity for healing amongst the community, for people to believe that they're actually going to be listened to once again, which has not happened. We've heard from the Vietnamese community. I'll be honest, they stopped turning up because they weren't listened to. They were actively discriminated against by the last council. It was a complete disgrace. I challenge anybody who's going to vote against this tonight, because I guarantee you're not going to be popular amongst the Yarra residents. Tonight, the support for this motion has been absolutely overwhelming from the community. It needs to be supported. We need to get this in place. We need to get healing in place. We need to get Elizabeth Street fixed from the screw-ups that it was. We need to get Elm Grove fixed. We need to stop the Charlotte Street Park. These things need to happen, and they will happen, because people voted for them. And for those who want to vote against it, have a look at what the votes did. I'm sure you've all seen my analysis. It was absolutely clear what people voted against. It's time for healing in Yarra. It's time for a change, and thank you to the 6 independents who are making this happen. Thank you.
Mayor Stephen Jolly.
Thank you, Adam. Councillor Ho.
You're missing out one submitter. She's been waiting for the whole 3 hours. Her name is Lynn.
I do apologise. Yeah. She's not on the list, but I do apologise.
She was there in a while, but you just missed her.
Yeah. No, please come up.
Yes.
Please come
Thank
up.
you, Mayor.
I'm very sorry about that. We'll just get the translator, the interpreter for you, the Mandarin interpreter. Just wait 1 second.
Simply only parking problem. I live in Williams Court, North Richmond. Now close my home, have a building housing, so we have a parking problem. Sometimes we hard to find a place to parking, especially in the morning. So I have to turn around to find a place to parking my car. So housing building continue, maybe next year. So we need, I think need to find some new parking area for builder. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that submission. Thank you to all of you, because every single person who spoke stuck to the 2 minutes. I'm going to suggest now, it's 3 minutes to 9, that we come back at 2 minutes past 9, in other words, a 5-minute break, and then we'll have the discussion amongst the councillors on this motion. We will be starting at 2 minutes past 9, so if you're late, that's hard luck. Get back, because they've got a lot to do. Councillor Crossland and Councillor Mackenzie on here, but I think I'm going to start, unless one of their amendments comes up, and then I will wait, but it's really... Thank you both of the councillors. Okay, so basically what we're going to do here, we've got 23 parts to this motion, 23 topics. So we're going to go through them in chronological order, and I'm just going to read out the name of the topic. The first one is called democracy. After we've heard from the mover and seconder, and then we'll take any amendments for that particular topic. If the amendments are accepted by the mover and seconder, who, by the way, will be Councillor Gomez will be moving this motion, and Councillor Ho will be seconding the motion. It'll be up to those two, and those two alone, to accept or not accept any amendments that are put by any of the other 7 councillors. If the amendments are accepted, they just get added to the motion. It's non-controversial, and we move on. If the amendments, I should say, are not accepted by Councillor Gomez and Councillor Ho, then we debate the amendment, subject to obviously the mover of the amendment getting a seconder. We debate the amendment, we vote on the amendment. If the amendment is voted up, like it or not, you've got to put it in your motion. If the motion is voted down, the amendment is voted down, it doesn't go in the motion. So the first thing we're going to do is listen to 3 minutes from Councillor Gomez and 3 minutes from Councillor Ho, moving and seconding the motion, and then we'll go through it bit by bit. So without further ado, Councillor Gomez, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
This is the motion to bring a new direction for Yarra. 1. It reflects the mood for change expressed by residents in the Yarra Council elections last month. 2. It reflects the approach to return Council's focus to serving the whole of the Yarra community. 3. It covers a lot of ground and is a sign that this will be an active Council focused on community needs. Some highlights. We will meet more often and we will reduce the barriers to letting community members participate in the democratic process. We will improve the safety of our community on our streets and footpaths. We will improve the ways we can safely share the use of those streets and footpaths. We will help our small businesses and activity centres thrive. We will stop blindly proceeding with projects that have caused deep divisions and angst in our community. We will find ways to reduce antisocial behaviour while being true to Yarra's reputation as a tolerant, diverse and accepting community. We will invest in practical ways to reduce our carbon emissions and do our bit in the fight against catastrophic climate change. Most importantly, I hope this motion shows you that your councillors are listening to the entire community. I hope we can demonstrate that we can work together as a group to make decisions in the best interest of the whole community now and into the future. Our community makes a significant investment in how our council operates, and they trust us, whether they voted for us individually or not, to ensure that council works for all of us. Let's show them the best of what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you for moving the motion. Councillor Ho, and seconding the motion. Your 3 minutes starts now.
As you know, I'm Mika Ho. Like the rest of you, I live local and a resident business owner in Yarra. It's an honor to be elected by our community in Mobile, Richmond. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And everybody in Yarra and in Richmond deserve a voice. This motion is the first step in the meeting with the council, working for better for the all resident and business. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. These councillors are speaking very fast and less than a minute. It's very, very good. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go through the various parts of the motion. The first one is on democracy, which essentially is the moving of the number of objections from 15 back to 6 before a planning application is referred back to the PDC, fortnightly meetings, and also swapping the meetings between Richmond Town Hall and Fitzroy Town Hall. Now, we've received 2 amendments, and in all the amendments, by the way, there's no trickiness here. We're doing it in the order in which they were received by all the 9 councillors. So the first amendment that was received from Councillor Davies and Aston to this section. I'm just going to read it out, and I'm going to ask the mover and seconder if it's accepted, because if it is, we don't have to, really debate it. And it basically is changing it to saying, yes, we do keep the swapping around of the council meetings from Fitzroy to Richmond, but we don't go to fortnightly, we stay to monthly, because now the PDC meetings, the Planning and Decisions Committee, where all the controversial planning applications go to, will be all 9 of us rather than little groups of 3. And therefore, if we have fortnightly meetings, we basically here every single Tuesday night. So that's in a nutshell.
I thought that I sent my amendment in before we received the amendments. When were these? Can you tell me when they were emailed in, or where you're counting them from?
Well, I'll stand corrected if I got that wrong.
No,
I got your one in, I thought, after. Councillor Aston, when did you send your, Councillor Davies and Aston, can you remind me when, because I've got it here in the order that you were first and Councillor Mackenzie was second, but I'm quite happy to do it the other way around.
The amendment that Councillor Davies and I are proposing is for actually item number 5, not, so my understanding was, yeah.
Sure, so let me just find my sent items and...
Yeah.
Yes, but I do think that I sent my amendment first in, and if this gets
Well, in the
accepted,
spirit of cooperation, if it's okay with Councillor Davies and Aston, is it okay if we go with Councillor Mackenzie's suggested amendment first?
That's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to ask Councillor Mackenzie, you're obviously the mover of your amendment.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Mackenzie's amendment?
Sorry, just want to clarify. Okay, is this the motion now?
This is Councillor Mackenzie's
yeah.
Amendment.
Sorry, can I just check something from a procedural point of view? And I could be wrong here because there's a lot of nuance tonight, but I thought that Councillor Mackenzie was able to put this, and if it was accepted by the mover of the motion and the seconder of the motion that it didn't need a seconder, like it didn't need to be put formally unless it wasn't accepted. Is that right?
Let me just check. Yeah, okay. Okay, my question then to Councillor Gomez, and how do you accept the amendment from Councillor Mackenzie?
I do not.
Okay, so therefore we need to debate this amendment from Councillor Mackenzie. Obviously, Councillor Mackenzie is intending to move this amendment. Is there a seconder to this amendment? Councillor Crossland, thank you. Councillor Mackenzie, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. So this is the beginning of what is quite a significant motion. It is unprecedented, but it is not unexpected. Much of the motion addresses things that have stemmed from conversations and issues raised with from members of the community during the last election campaign with a number of councillors who were elected to this council. It reflects policies formed during that campaign and brought to that election by some of my council colleagues. I didn't come to the election with a policy platform like this. I came with principles and priority areas, but I did make one very strong commitment to my community, which was if I was elected, that I would make decisions informed by evidence, community input to do what is best for Yarra now and into the future, and guided by Labor values, which I haven't hidden, to do with fairness, equality and democracy. I am not opposed to the ideas being put in this motion. I've spoken to my council colleagues about these and I know they've been raised with me. What I'm asking for is that we have a report presented to us so that the councillors, myself as one of the new councillors particularly, can take into account all of the possible moving parts and what the consequences might be of us changing this motion tonight, and so that I can make an informed choice. I think that's about integrity and they're the sort of decisions I'll be making on this council.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Crossland, seconding the amendment.
Yes, thank you. I can speak to this. You're asking? Yep, sweet. Thank you. Cool. First off, I'd like to say thank you to Councillor Mackenzie for putting this amendment. I think it's a good approach to what is being proposed at this point in time. It includes a number of different components. So if we go from the beginning of this, we've got the objection thresholds for planning applications to come to PDC meetings. As has already been touched on, we are going to be voting on this later. We are going to be moving to monthly PDC meetings already. Changing in the thresholds will likely result in a more frequent need for PDC meetings on top of that. A report will allow that to be further explored. Additionally, I think it's important to my councillor colleagues to understand that the amount of work that goes into a PDC meeting is considerable. I'd say you need to allow at least 6 hours for each one of those meetings to have enough time to review the reports, to engage with community members, to engage with officers around potential amendments you might want to prepare, and also to attend meetings. So we're talking about a council meeting, potentially 2 PDC meetings a month. That is a huge ask. Many councillors are not retirees. We don't necessarily come from multi-generational wealth. Many of us have jobs, other commitments and families. A change in schedule to that extent would actually be untenable for anyone that doesn't meet the first part of that criteria. I think there's also opportunity for councillors to really understand what a PDC meeting is like. That hasn't been something you've experienced yet, and I think it's something really worth getting stuck into first before we change things up. The other thing, I'll try and be as quick as I can around this, is when you change the thresholds, it actually places the same amount of emphasis on what might be effectively a civil matter between 2 neighbours, which might be the difference of a brick height to that of a 10-storey building. We're meant to be a board making decisions on city-shaping initiatives instead of getting involved in civil matters. It will slow down planning applications that come to council, including for housing and business. We know the state government is undertaking planning reforms, and a change like this will further incentivise the state government to strip council of its planning responsibilities. So therefore, I welcome the opportunity for this report to be brought to council, and once again I thank my councillor colleague for putting it, and I hope to have your support in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland. Just for governance point of view, I've just been told that the live feed is out. I don't know if somebody can look into that. Thank you. I want to take advantage of chairing the meeting to speak against this amendment. one of the few bits of this motion that we don't have to send to a report is this bit, because it doesn't involve the expenditure of money. So, for example, the bin stuff obviously would potentially involve expenditure, and it has to go to report. And therefore, it's one opportunity to do something that, to me, is crystal clear. It's in the interests of democracy. Why would we want a report for officers to tell us that we need to have some fairness with council meetings? Some south side in Richmond and some north side in Fitzroy Town Hall. We used to have it until just before COVID. Why would we want a council officer to tell us that we need to overturn one of the most disgraceful decisions of the last council in the context of the state government taking away from all councils, not just this council, planning rights, the ability to have a say on how your city is going to be built, not just in Yarra, but throughout Victoria. It's a crime what the state government are trying to do. They're so far up the developers' backside, all they want to do is get into bed with the developers and take our power away from us to have any say on planning rights. And what do? We help them. We say, yes, we'll help you. We'll make it harder for residents to get a controversial planning application to go to Planning Decisions Committee. We'll leave it with the officers. I'm very, very happy and keen to go fast on this. It should be 6 because it's the smaller applications, the little old grannies and granddads who live on their own, who have a dodgy what they think is a dodgy application next door. They're the ones who have to get the 6, and it's hard to get now 15, I should say. It's much, much harder for them. When it's a big application, say, for example, on Johnson Street or Queen's Parade or Bridge Road, it's relatively easy to hit the 15. So we're hitting the small person. We're doing to ourselves what we criticise the state government for doing to us. And therefore, we have an opportunity to do this immediately. Why would we want to slow it down? So I asked my colleagues to please reject this amendment and reject this amendment. Is there anybody? Would anybody like to speak in favour of the amendment, Councillor Harrison? I want to speak against. Yeah, well, let's just try and do it. Anyone else on that? In favour of the amendment, I'm asking.
Do we need to do it in any particular order? I'm pretty sure it's just who wants to speak. Because it might depend.
I'm getting mixed messages from governance on this today, but I will.
Was clearly advised that that was not what we had adopted.
Okay, do you want to speak? Or would you like some?
I would like to hear what people have to say.
Okay, Councillor Harrison.
Okay, I just want to say we've heard somebody here tonight speak about not going to VCAT, and I would have thought actually referring some of these smaller cases to PDC might provide an avenue that some of these more controversial cases don't go to VCAT because there's actually been a decision by council through PDC.
Councillor Aston. Press the button, please.
I don't have anything useful to add. I think everybody else will.
No worries. Are there any other councillors who'd like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Wade?
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to dig something up, which I haven't found. I mainly want to echo the comments from Deputy Mayor and Councillor Crossland. The biggest thing I think about this is, like, I would like to have the chance to have this discussion with my colleagues. Like, I think, I appreciate that some of this was foreshadowed. I don't think all of it was foreshadowed, or I don't think I had quite understood that all of it was going to come at once. And I just don't think I've had the chance to talk to people about it. Like, it came out last Wednesday. I was working Wednesday to Friday. We were all in induction on Saturday. I had other stuff on Sunday. Then I've been, like, frantically trying to get across it now. Like, I would just like the opportunity to have a conversation with my colleagues about what's a good idea here. I think one of the things that Councillor Crossland said that I thought was really valuable was lowering the objection threshold actually lowers the scrutiny on all applications. Like, when you've got, between 4 to 8 applications coming on a night, and it's possible this will lead to more than that, you just can't possibly give them the same attention. So as a general rule, applications that receive 15, they're bigger applications that affect more people. And so those are the applications that I really think councillors should be spending their time on, to scrutinise properly, hear from objectors, to ask all the questions they need to ask, to put more complicated amendments or rights of refusal up. And so to me, it is, in holding developers to account, it's important that we're seeing those biggest applications. People do still have the ability to canvass to get more objections if they want to. Like, that is open to people. So that's why I feel really strongly about that. I don't think the threshold necessarily needs to stay at 15. I think it easily could come down. Maybe a happy compromise is like 10, but that's a conversation that we could have once we've got evidence and we've got materials from officers about what that would look like. I also wanted to talk about the Fitzroy Town Hall, Richmond Town Hall thing. So I personally would love to have meetings in Fitzroy Town Hall. I'm the ward councillor who's just next door. It would personally suit me and it would also suit my constituents much, much better. It's something we talked about quite a lot during the last council term. My understanding was that it could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to make Fitzroy Town Hall suitable. So personally, I'm not quite sure why that's not subject to a report, but I think it should be, and this would make it subject to a report so we could have that conversation with our community
30
about,
seconds.
do we want to spend this kind of money on that? The other thing that I think is still open for question with Fitzroy Town Hall is accessibility isn't great. I know a lot of our facilities aren't, they were built a long time ago, they aren't always perfect, but Fitzroy Town Hall in particular, you have to access it around the back and the lift sometimes doesn't work. And personally, I am reluctant to make a snap choice to put meetings in Fitzroy Town Hall without having a conversation with our whole community, which I just don't think we've had the chance to do yet. So I'm not against a lot of this, I just would like to discuss it.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. I've just been informed by governance, just on a point of order, that the procedure of debating a motion or amendment is after the seconder has addressed the meeting or after the mover has addressed the meeting. If the seconder does not address the meeting, the chair must invite speakers for and against alternatively until this is exhausted. Then the chair may invite any councillor who has not spoken to speak to the motion. So
My apologies, I was wrong.
No, that's okay. Councillor Davies.
I was just going to say that I support the Mayor's position on this. I do think that lowering the number is important. Having had to do it myself, it's an important part of regaining control of our streets and our own destiny. And I think that if you've tried to get 15 people to get together on a submission, it's virtually impossible. So, anyway.
Thank you. I think that's exhausted all the councillors anyway, so we'll vote on that. All those in... Not for an amendment, no. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Crossland, Councillor Wade. All those against, raise your hand. Councillor Davies, Ho, Gomez, Jolly, Harrison, Aston. That amendment is lost. We'll then move on to the other amendment for democracy section, which is from Councillor Davies and Aston, the one that I incorrectly did first. Do you accept that amendment? Councillors Gomez and Ho.
Sorry, Mayor Jolly, just...
That's the amendment from Councillor Davies and Aston.
Yep, I'm just looking at the screen on the...
No worries at all. So just for the people who are listening, we keep it to monthly meetings. We do interchange between the two town halls.
Mayor Jolly, I do accept that.
Okay. There'll be no further amendments for that section. That section, governance officers, is duly amended. And we move on to the next bit of... Sorry, I do apologise. Councillor Ho, are you okay with accepting that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you just turn your button off, please? Okay, we're moving on to e-scooters and e-bikes. So we have a motion, or a part of the motion, on e-scooters and e-bikes. I've received two amendments, so I'm going to not tempt fate by guessing which one I got first. I did think I got the one from Harrison and Davies, Councillors Harrison and Davies first. I also got one from Councillor Crossland as well. I do think it was in that order, though, but if Councillor Crossland... I actually don't want to have a fight about this. I'm quite happy to go with Councillor Crossland's one first, but I think it was Councillor Harrison and Davies one. So their changes, their amendments... We listen to their moving and seconding of that amendment. Have you got it up on the screen? Yep. So we'll start off with Councillor Harrison. Can you please? You've got 3 minutes to move that amendment.
Okay, I think that this...
Sorry, just a procedural point. If Councillor Gomez accepts this, we don't need to speak to it, right?
Yeah, that is true. I've been given bad advice now from the governance. I'm getting good advice and bad advice. I'm just going to listen to myself from here on in. The amendment for the sake of the audience, changes 1.5 metres to 2 metres, and there's a couple of other changes. Council officers establish a process whereby community members and businesses can request that an area be geofenced. So that's on top of the 2 metres. This is the amendment from Councillor Harrison Davies. Do you accept that amendment?
So just to make it clear, Mayor Jolly, where it's in yellow, it's a change to the motion as published.
That's right. So there's a 2 at the top and the sentence at the bottom.
And where there's a strike through, it's also a change. So strike through is the change and the yellow is the new.
That's quite correct.
Okay, let me just read that?
No problem. We can't have a debate with the public. I do apologise. You're going to have to keep your mouth shut. It's just the 9 at the moment. Yeah, sorry.
So I accept that amendment.
Okay. How do you accept that amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, as Councillor Wade correctly reminded me, we do not need now to move and second that motion and debate it and vote on it because it's, the amendment, I should say, because it's part of the of the substantive motion. And now we have an amendment also from Councillor Crossland on the same topic of e-scooters and e-bikes. Have you seen that amendment? Yeah, that was received today.
Is that what's on the screen now, Mayor Jolly?
Yes, yes.
I have not. Let me just have a quick look at it.
No problem. The CEO wants to clarify something.
So, councillors, it is a bit confusing, but this amendment needs to be read. So the amendment that was just made to the motion has now become the substantive motion. So this proposal would need to be adjusted. So, for example, where it says 1.5 that was changed to 2 in the previous, I mean, that doesn't matter because it's been crossed out here, proposed to be crossed out here, but you need to read that together. So,
okay, so what we need to hear from Councillor Gomez is whether he accepts or not accepts this amendment from Councillor Crossland.
Mayor Jolly, I understood what the CEO said, so let me just quickly read the amendment and I'll make a decision.
Sorry, Councillor Jolly.
Yes,
Mayor Jolly, sorry. Just to note that it's over a couple of pages as well. Yeah.
Thank you. That's page 1 and page 2.
Yep, just let me read the first page.
Don't change it yet, please.
Can I see the next page, please?
Next page.
Okay, I do not.
Councillor Ho?
I do not.
Okay, so Councillor Crossland, would you like to, have you got a seconder for your amendment? Because we can debate your amendment now. Yep, you got a seconder? Yeah, Councillor Wade. Councillor Crossland, can you please, you've got 3 minutes to speak to your amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying I really support the intent of this section of the overall motion in terms of e-scooters and e-bikes. The intent of this amendment is actually to further bolster the intended outcome. The amendment includes reference to both physical and geofenced parking bays, something that are actually employed universally when you're looking at e-scooter parking. It's not typically just one or the other, it's a combination of both. It has a refined approach to identifying suitable locations and, most importantly, seeks to declutter footpaths by prohibiting the inclusion of those parking bays on footpaths. So you're actually going to have wider uninterrupted footpaths instead of some being still cluttered up by these parking bays. I do appreciate the previous amendment that was put up for 2 metres. I think that is a big win. But this goes that much further by saying actually footpaths aren't the place for e-scooters at all. So therefore, I hope this has my colleagues' support because it better achieves the objectives of the motion as I understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wade?
Yes, so I think basically if this extends what was going from the last one, it's basically chucking the scooters off the footpaths altogether. That has my support. It seems like a great idea. I think it makes it easier for people to walk, people to roll, people to get around in a safe way. So yeah, it has my full support.
Thank you. Any councillors would like to speak against this amendment? Any councillors like to speak in favour of this amendment? Okay, there is no right of reply, obviously, to an amendment. We'll go to a vote on this. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Councillor Crossland, Councillor Wade. All those against? Davies, Ho, Gomez, Jolly, Harrison and Aston. So that amendment is lost. So far we've knocked 2 out of the park, and we're moving on now to the section number 3 on celebrating all our multicultural community. I have a relatively small amendment from Councillor Mackenzie. There's just the one amendment. Councillor Mackenzie, can you just tell us what it is?
Yeah, so it's just changing. It's just a minor one. Had I drafted this, I probably wouldn't have put in a list, just because lists make people notice what's missing. I want to note our diverse communities and just ensure that this list is including but not limited to, and changing Arabic to Muslim.
Thank you. Councillor Gomez, do you accept that amendment?
Just give me 1 second to read it. I do. I accept it.
Thank you. Councillor Ho?
Yep, I do accept it.
Okay, thank you. There's no other amendments for that section, so we'll move on to the Brunswick...
Sorry, Councillor Jolly.
Sorry,
I didn't foreshadow an amendment, and I apologise. It comes off the back of the submissions. Is it possible to, in the immediate period, change that in the immediate period officers are requested to officers are prepared to prepare a report on the application of Christmas decorations to our Richmond Town Hall and activity centres? I know what was said. I just think it would be...
The only thing, Councillor Wade, is that this was a work in progress. Even before we were elected, officers who were preparing the Christmas stuff. So they don't need a report because they're doing it anyway. And we just had an opinion that it should be more. I mean, I thought maybe an amendment to include Indigenous, our Indigenous community might have been a useful amendment. But I don't think we need a report on the Christmas decorations because they're...
Councillor Wade can make an amendment, though.
Yeah, you can definitely make an amendment if you want to. But I would encourage you to also maybe the other point that submitter made, I think it was Jacob, from memory, I thought was quite strong, to include the Indigenous. Which, by the way, I thought was a cheap shot because we were the first council in Australia to talk about Invasion Day. So, but nevertheless, Councillor Wade, what do you want to do?
I'd like to move an amendment that officers are requested to, and I'm very sorry to be doing this from the floor, that in the immediate period, officers are requested to prepare a report with respect to the use of Christmas decorations in the city of Yarra. That's kind of...
For which meeting? To go to which meeting?
February.
Well, Christmas is before February. The CEO wants to say something.
Sorry, can we cut that in the immediate period? Or if you're telling me that I can't move this and it's changing the intention, that's fine. I wanted to give it a shot because I thought he made a fair point and it was about more than just the Indigenous community. But if it's changing the intent and I can't move it, that's fine.
No, I think you can move anything you want, but just let the CEO wants to say something.
Through you, Mayor, Councillor Wade, it's not beyond power to move that amendment. I just want to be absolutely clear though, there is no opportunity for addition to what is happening this Christmas. That was arranged in May, has been paid for and is in fact, I think the banners went up today. So, or they did it here. If you're looking for a report that just talks about what happens going forward...
I'm just going to withdraw.
Okay, thank you,
I've
Councillor.
tried.
No worries. Okay, so we have celebrating all our multicultural community with the small amendment from Councillor Mackenzie. That's been accepted. We'll now move on to the next section, which is the Brunswick Street Oval redevelopment. There is one amendment so far that I've received, and that's from Councillors Aston and Harrison. If we could get that, please, on the screen. Could Councillor Aston, in as brief as possible, explain to the mover and seconder what the gist of this amendment is, please?
So this is predominantly a wording change. It doesn't change the actual intent of the item. It's more to note that the cricket clubs, the tennis clubs and the football clubs have a significant number of members, and they're patiently and politely waiting for some clarity on the designs, but the language is there to reflect the willingness to work with the council as opposed to a more adversarial nature, I suppose.
Okay. So this section on the Brunswick Street Overall redevelopment is to expedite the project.
Yeah. Sorry, can I also because are we doing 9 and 10? Yep, great, okay. So the bigger part here is around 10, where we need some transparency and visibility around particularly any interest earned on the funding. The money has been sitting there for quite a while, is my understanding. It would have been accruing interest. We'd be interested to know and have full transparency around finance.
Councillor Gomez, no, but I'm asking you if we know we've got a seconder, but we don't need them to speak if you accept the amendment.
I've read the amendment on screen. I accept it.
Accept it.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That is incorporated into the Brunswick Street Oval redevelopment. We'll now move on to the Elizabeth Street bike lane. I have got an amendment on this matter from Councillor Aston and Davies. Are there any other amendments on? I don't think there is that I've seen on the Elizabeth Street cycle lane. So, can we get the amendment from Councillors Aston and Davies on the Elizabeth Street cycle lane on the screen, please? And
there's actually 2 pages to another slide.
Okay, so you got the curb to curb on the first page, and the second page, officer, is seeking state government money. So, and we dig out all the previous consultation data from the community. So it's not fundamental to the motion, but it's in addition to the motion. Councillor Gomez, will you accept that amendment?
I've read the amended motion on screen, and I accept it.
Councillor Ho, will you accept that amendment?
Yeah, I've been reading this report, so I accept it.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Jolly, could I propose another amendment to this one?
Absolutely.
Just include previous collected consultation data and other include previous collected consultation data from the community and other information previously provided to council.
Yeah.
Basically to get all the traffic stats. I just think that would be useful.
Yeah. That sounds like that's at the very last one. It's an addition. Take out the full stop and add it to after community, and then put the full stop at the end. Is that accepted? The more data we get, the better, surely. Yeah.
Need to make sure the
Yep. Fantastic. Are you happy with that?
Major, I think I need to see the actual language on screen. Is what I'm hearing.
Include previous collected consultation data from the community and any other information previously provided to council. Is that sufficiently clear? Yeah, it's going up behind you, Councillor Jolly.
Just for Major, just for clarification from Councillor Wade, that includes things like the have your say, information, traffic stats, everything and anything.
Yep, thank you very much. Okay, so that's accepted by the mover and seconder.
I do accept that amendment.
Oh, I thought you'd already done it. I do apologise. I'm trying to keep
and
this
the seconder, Councillor Jolly?
And Councillor Ho, do you accept this?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, can I apologise for interrupting. I just can't catch your eye. I've just realised that I haven't been asking the questions that I have about some of the substantive points because we've been kind of... At what point are we meant to ask questions rather than...
Once we finish the amendments, then we'll have the substantive debate and you can ask questions or make any...
But they definitely need to be asked before the substantive debate, ideally before things are amended. But I'm happy to leave it till the end at this point if that's easier.
Obviously, anything you've got to say about the amendments, now is the time to do it as we go through it. But anything you have to say about the substantive motion should be done in the debate.
It's not saying, though, it's like retrieving information, but that's fine. I'll
Sure.
just ask them at the end.
But if you want to ask a question, like there's no... Councillor Aston, can you just turn off your microphone, please? Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth Street bike lane, that's done and dusted. We're moving on now to the Copland Street bike-friendly pop-ups. We've got two amendments here, one from Councillors Harrison and Davies and one from Councillor Crossland. That's definitely was in that order, I think it's fair to say. Councillor Harrison and Davies, if we can just get their amendment to the Copland Street bike lane, is it just that one page? Yep, it is. And Councillor Harrison, could you, in 10 seconds or 15 seconds or less, explain what this amendment is? Don't speak to it, but just factually explain to us what it is.
Yes, look, the amendments are really just to provide greater clarity around what information's being sought. We're seeking reports, etc. So it's just, there seems to be a bit of angst about the fact that people think we're targeting the bike lanes for removal. We're actually seeking more information, and we've made that more clear with this amendment.
Thank you. And Councillor Davies, that's a fair assumption. Summary?
Correct. Yeah, we're not here to get rid of bike lanes.
Okay.
Let's be really clear. Okay.
So, Councillors Gomez and Ho, we need your view about this particular amendment from Councillors Harrison and Davies. It's the stuff in yellow.
I'm not sure how to handle this, Mayor Jolly, but there's actually a spelling mistake at 12A.
Yeah, that stuff to be...
So I can accept that?
Yeah,
Okay.
don't get
Don't put the
too anal
details?
about that.
Okay. I have read the amendment provided, and I accept it.
Councillor Ho?
So I've been following this, and I see, I'm not anti-bike, I walk bike as well, but there's a better consultation and get more data, and
So you accept that amendment? Okay, thank you. So that means that amendment is accepted. We now move on to Councillor Crossland's amendment to this particular part of the motion, the Copland Street bike-friendly pop-ups. If we can get that, please, on the screen. There it is, all in yellow. Councillor Crossland, would you just like to not necessarily speak to, but just briefly just explain to the mover and seconder what this is about?
Sure. So this motion, but I'm not speaking to it right now, am I? I'm just explaining. Yeah, okay. This motion is basically still seeking a report, but it's placing emphasis on the fact that the pop-up treatment only removed one turning lane. In all other instances, they were not removed, so they cannot be put to blame for any bottlenecks that are being suggested.
Thank you. So, Councillors Gomez and Ho, I need an opinion from you two as to whether or not you accept this amendment from Councillor Crossland. If you don't, we'll debate it and vote on it.
Could you please put the previous page back? Thank you.
Can you please put it back?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. There it is.
Mayor Jolly, I do not.
Councillor Ho?
No, I do not.
Okay, Councillor Crossland, have you got a seconder to your amendment? Councillor Wade. Councillor Crossland, you've got 3 minutes to speak to your amendment starting now.
Thank you. So with this motion, amendment to this motion, I've sought to actually make it factual. So part of the pop-up that is in place right now has only resulted in one turning movement lane being removed, and that is because there is a central island. As part of a trial, permanent infrastructure cannot be removed, and that is the reason. At every other intersection, not one of those has a turn movement been removed. It has already been confirmed that as part of a permanent treatment that the turning lane would be put back in place because they'd be able to take that component out at that point in time. So what this is basically doing is saying, hey, we're still calling for a report. We still want to find out what the consultation findings are. It notes what is actually factual about the pop-up, which currently the report, the motion as I read it, is not. And it then also then seeks the same kind of information that was being asked for in terms of the funding that's available for this, but it also looks at other opportunities that can provide continuity of separated cycling treatment on what is a really important cycling corridor, particularly for young people going to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland. Councillor Wade, seconding the amendment.
Yes, so I think substantively it asks for the same thing. We're trying to get all the data, make sure that we can understand what's going on, hear what everybody's already said during the existing consultation and the consultation that's already passed, the consultation that has already passed, as well as all that traffic data, etc. What it just does is it kind of takes the heat out of it. It just it doesn't foreshadow removal, it doesn't foreshadow alteration. It just says hey, let's look at it. And my understanding is that some of these, there's already one of the turning lanes is going to be reintroduced. That is already what officers are intending to do. So instead of making it sound scary like a removal, it just says, hey, can we get all the information, and we will still have all the options available to us. It's just to try to take the heat out of this motion.
Can I just make is it time for me to make a point now or later?
Well, have you finished seconding the motion? Yeah, now we can debate the amendment.
Yep.
You can go first, Councillor Davis, yes?
Yeah, sure. Look, I just, Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland, I just want to make a point that the Coppin Street bike lane is not one of the identified strategic cycling corridors identified by the RACV. Response to the Victorian Government's Cycling Strategy 2018 to 28. And the RACV Cycling Trunk Corridors in Melbourne 2024 update. It is worth us, we're not saying to get rid of bike lanes, we're not anti-bike lanes, just want to be really clear. We can look at other options like traffic shaping as an alternative. One of the thoughts would also be, for instance, giving bikers the opportunity to leave the intersection ahead of cars. And that would be possibly a safer and wiser option than what those barriers are currently essentially creating huge congestion on Coppin Street. They're affecting businesses on the corner. Councillor Crossland, I can see you nodding your head. I have a lived experience. I cross that intersection 5 to 6 days a week, and I can tell you with absolute authority, it is hardly used. It is creating massive congestion down Coppin Street. Not only that, the one adjacent to that on the KFC corner, with the cars offset, much like Elizabeth Street, is simply dangerous. When you are pulling into that KFC through a drive-through, and I'm talking about lived experience about why these do not function, when you pull into that on a dark night in the middle of winter, I'm sorry, it is dangerous. That's just my point.
Okay, just one thing at a time. We've now got somebody, we're going to ask for somebody to speak in favour of the amendment. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. I just want to, and I feel like this motion is part of lowering the heat, so I'd like to join that, that we are putting in amendments here, and it won't necessarily change how people vote when we go through. But I do think that this amendment is an important one to put in. I've been pretty clear about my support for more housing in Yarra, affordable housing, social housing, but housing stock in general. More housing means more people, and more people means that we are going to need to share this city, this really small city with each other. Our bicycle infrastructure is incredibly important to that. I want to know where we can put good bicycle lanes for that. I'm not interested at the moment in debating whether this bicycle lane is good or not. I would like to see this report. I think it's great that we're calling for it. I think it's one of the good things that this council is doing, that they want information to make informed decisions. But I have received messages, we heard some tonight, for and against, but we heard some tonight of already some concern about what this means for people who live in the city of Yarra. Our politics is already divisive as it is. I don't think this takes away from the original motion, I really don't, but I do think what it does is pull down that temperature a little bit. It says this council, as my colleague Councillor Davies says, is not anti-bike lanes, because I hope I'm speaking for all of us, we're not, but that we do respect, how the actions that we do in this room impact on our community and what that does between now and the report receiving. So thank you, and that's why I would like to support this motion. This amendment to the motion.
Councillor Harrison speaking in opposition to the amendment.
I'm just going to state at the outset, I am a cyclist, I don't drive. I'm probably the only person here perhaps that has lived experience of using that particular intersection and street as a cyclist, certainly amongst the councillors. It was my route to work, and I feel less safe there than I previously felt, and I've had others say the same thing to me. So that is my lived experience, and I want to have an open conversation that everybody can put on the table what their experience is and what the data tells us, and then we can make a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Is there any other councillor that wants to speak on this? No? Then we'll put it to a vote. So we're voting, first of all, in favour of Councillor Crossland's amendment. All those in favour of Councillor Crossland's amendment? Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland, Councillor Mackenzie. All those opposed? Councillor Davies, Ho, Gomez, Jolly, Harrison, Aston. That amendment is lost. So the Copland Street Bike Lane is amended with the Harrison-Davies amendment only. And now we move on to Napier Street Field. The Napier Street Field, which is Fitzroy, very close to my heart, it's my ward. There are no amendments on that, so we can move on from the Napier Street Field. The next one is bin collection and waste charge. I've received one amendment, unless I've got this wrong, and that is from Councillor Harrison and Councillor Aston. So can we please get that on the screen? Officers, thank you so much. Honestly, you guys are amazing. You haven't made one mistake all night, and this is super complicated, so thank you for your work, seriously. Pardon? No, put the buzz on it yet. No, I've hexed you now. So, Councillor Harrison and Aston, you've put your amendment up there. It's really up to, obviously, Councillor Gomez and Ho as to whether or not they accept it. I'm going to ask Councillor Harrison in 10 seconds or less, not to speak to it, but just to explain factually what this amendment is.
Okay, the amendment is about seeking more information and canvassing more options so that when we get that report.
Thank you. We'll just wait for Councillor Gomez and Ho to decide as to whether to accept or not that amendment.
Could I ask for some clarification
Yes.
from Councillor Harrison?
Yes.
So my understanding is that this amendment is to look at the consideration of alternative ways of levying the waste charge, including looking at a flat waste charge that's employed at other councils like Mirrabeg and Port Phillip and Borrandara, Storrington, Glenara, Moonee Valley, Kingston and Whitehorse. Correct?
Correct.
I'm fine with it.
Councillor Howe, do you support that amendment?
Yep, after reading part, I do.
Okay, just turn your microphone off, please, Councillor Gomez. Thank you. That's accepted by the mover and seconder, so that's incorporated into the motion. We now move on to Charlotte Street Park. We've got one amendment from Councillor Wade. And again, I'm just going to, if you don't mind, I'll give you your 3 minutes, 100%, but you can just sort of factually, more for the audience and also obviously for Councillors Gomez and Ho, explain in factual terms what the gist of your amendment is, please.
Yes, the gist of the amendment is to pause the delivery of the park, so trying to put forward a compromise position, including by ceasing the current tender process and pausing any work to pursue the gazettal until a report can be received in 2025, and asks us to advise the community and submitters of this decision, so they know next time, all of them, and also provide councillors with the information that has been received previously, so about the road closure process, but also the previous park consultation processes before that. And then, sorry, this is possibly duplicative, but letting submitters know twice that the item will be, they're finding out about it being discussed, and then they're finding out about it being discussed in February. So it's just letting people know and making sure that we hear all the information that we need.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. Okay, we're in the hands of the mover and seconder, Councillor Gomez and Councillor Ho, as to whether or not they want to accept or not.
Sorry, I haven't seen this amendment before, so.
Okay.
Again, it's a point of clarification. So the key distinction between this amendment and what's here is you're supporting a pause, basically, rather than a cessation. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly that.
So your one says not to proceed, and Councillor Wade's one says to pause. That's key.
Understood now. Thank you. I do not support this amendment.
Councillor Ho.
So after reading, so let's just use a pause, yeah? So, sorry. Oh, I want to accept.
Can you both turn your microphones off, please? Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Wade, I take it you've got a seconder for this amendment, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Wade, you've got 3 minutes to speak to your amendment starting now.
Sorry. There's a lot of reasons I think that the park is a really good park and should go ahead, but that's actually not what I'm going to talk about tonight because, again, I think that's something we should consider in full with all of the information available. I'm going to focus on instead natural justice and procedural fairness. While there are people here on both sides of the topic today, I think it's important to have due regard to everybody who took part in all of the various consultations. Firstly, not everyone can make it to a council meeting. We know various reasons that might be the case. They might be working, they might have kids, they might have accessibility issues, they might just have a really busy life and not be able to make it here. Secondly, not everybody knows that a council meeting is on or what's being discussed. And I think it's really important that for a really big decision like this, it's effectively a multi-million-dollar decision. It's a decision that lots of people have partaken in over a really long time, that they do know it's on and that they have the right to come along and to be heard on the issue that matters to them. Thirdly, I think it should be noted that it was mentioned by one of the submitters tonight, and I've also had people mention it to me personally, but there are some members of the public who don't feel comfortable attending the chamber on this topic. I don't need to speak to that anymore, but I think it's really important that councillors make themselves available to understand what those people think. And if they're not here tonight, it doesn't mean we should disregard what they think. I think it's really important that we hear from people who weren't here tonight as well. From a process point of view, it has been a rigorous process. It doesn't really matter if you agree with the outcome. And what I'm saying is I think we should all get the opportunity to make that decision together. But I think it gives the people who submitted to this item in the past and in future just basic respect to hear what they've said and to make sure that this council group, and it is, 2/3 new, get the opportunity to formally see those reasons and formally hear what the community put to the council, because it does look different to what we heard tonight. If we want to do future consultations, and we all do, right? We were all elected on the basis that we want to hear from people. It's really, really important that we have due process in those consultations. And so that's the key thing for me tonight, is that this wouldn't have due process. We haven't heard from everybody. We haven't had tabled in front of us what everybody else has said. And we also haven't given all of the people who submitted to the previous process. It was again, you don't have to agree with the people said all sorts of things, but people made the time to make those submissions. They did it through this statutory process. It was really carefully done, and they have the right to be heard. And if we disregard their voices now, it says, who's to say that we'll listen next time? And I just think that's a very real concern people should have. Done. All good.
Councillor Mackenzie, seconding the amendment.
Thank you. I won't speak for long on it. Again, this is an amendment. This is, other councillors in this group of councillors that have been working really well together, finding ways to build on each other's ideas. I am mostly very supportive of this motion. But what this does do is allows new councillors like myself to get a handle of these issues. The decisions that this council makes will have impacts far beyond our term, maybe beyond us even living in the city of Yarra. I take that really seriously. I'm not foreshadowing how I'm going to land on this. I will say that most of the emails that I have received have been asking for the discontinuance of the park. I may well land on that. I'd just like to be well informed before I make decisions that will affect people that I might never even get to know. So that is why I'm supporting this motion tonight. Thank you.
Anybody want to speak against the Councillor Davies?
Yes, I would. I think I just, with all due respect, Councillor Wade, I think the point that you make on natural justice and due process would just simply be ignoring history. This topic has been in the public domain for the last 12 months, and I even spoke earlier this year. And while I understand you're trying to suggest that there's no information available, there are plenty of consultation periods with the public. You have had plenty of people here tonight giving you further opinions on all the available information. There is plenty of available information in the public domain. I have just general third-party legal advice that this plays a role in performing natural justice, but I will defer to Phil on governance in respect to this, please.
Are you asking a question?
Yeah, I'm asking, is there any issue from a statutory point of view in terms of statutory interpretation?
I understand if we're in debate, we can't ask officers questions.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
The motion was all agreed by governance legally, so that sort of answers your question. But
great.
We can't get into a debate. Can you just turn off the microphone?
Oh, can I just,
any other speakers?
Sorry, I just want to, if you don't mind, I just want to also mention that the library is in a terrible state of affairs. So us essentially not moving forward with Charlotte Street is in lieu of us having a library, a renovated library with a rooftop garden. And to some of the points that people raised tonight about how important that area is, this isn't just stripping us from a park. We are going to gain a library from this. We are also going to gain a much needed open space in the area of what you describe as West Central Richmond, where we will be pushing for another park option, which I think you can see in the agenda tonight, down in Cremorne. This isn't just going to go away. We do back public open spaces. I do back public open spaces, as I spoke in June. I push for Barclay Gardens for what it is today. We need to base these gardens and open spaces on need. And Cremorne has less than 6% canopy. Barclay Gardens is 300 metres around the corner.
Just on a point of order, you've got to speak to the amendment.
Okay, sure. So,
for or against? Yeah.
Yep.
Is that it?
Against, yeah.
Understand. You just sort of veered a little bit into.
Sure, no worries. It's my first rodeo.
Understood. Just turn your microphone off, please. Got the CEO wants to say something.
Councillors, the reason why it's not appropriate to ask officers questions during debate is so that they're not inadvertently drawn in to the politics or the difference of opinions. Our role is to provide information that's factual and our professional opinion. But once debate has started, that process is no longer available to councillors. So you need to ask that before.
Okay, we're getting all the controversial ones out of the way. This is not going to be 100% as long as you think it's going to be. Are there any other speakers in favour of the amendment? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, it's been touched on by both Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Wade. I think there is value because this motion overall is one of the biggest I've ever seen in my career, over 17 years. This is a major project that's been interwoven into it. A lot of people aren't aware that it's even here tonight at Council. There has not been fair and adequate opportunity for people to participate in this discussion with us. And I think it's important, given we have done so much consultation around it, that we have at least the respect to go back to them and go, hey, this item's coming to Council, it's coming next month. Let us know what your thoughts are on the potential decision that we might make. I think that's really fair and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland. I'm going to speak against the amendment. I think there's sort of like a collective amnesia here that, well, we had all these consultations and people forget that most people actually opposed it, but even if I'm wrong with that, we had the ultimate consultation, which was the election a couple of weeks ago, where all three councillors elected in the suburb of Richmond, Cremorne, Burnley, the three wards down there, were all inundated with people saying, we love parks, we want parks, and as Councillor Davies alluded to a second ago, don't tell us where to put the park if we don't want it, put it where it's wanted, the likes of Cremorne, the concrete jungle of Cremorne. We've had a whole bunch of people in that area saying, not just in the consultation, but also in the election, that's the ultimate survey, because a survey is just 5, 10, 1, 0.5% of the community. The election, I don't know, it's like 70% of people voted. Sometimes in some wards it was higher. But it's also a legal question, and this is the point that I raised when we last debated this in the last council. As one of the submitters who lives right next to the park said, the president of VCAT until recently, she's now a Victorian Supreme Court judge, told us and reminded us that under the Road Management Act, you cannot close a road if there's significant opposition. It's legally unsound. We will get hammered legally, hammered financially, So it's almost like at the United Nations Security Council. You need almost a unanimous vote before they can do anything, because, Russia, China, England, France and the US have the right of veto. It's almost like that with closing a road. So for us to blindly go in there, ignoring the election, ignoring all those people who opposed it, and just go, close that road down, we know best, well, not only is that politically the wrong and community-wise the wrong thing to do, but it's legally opening ourselves up, in my humble opinion, to a whole range of threats, as outlined by a person who's the president of VCAT and a Supreme Court judge. If she doesn't know what she's talking about, honestly, nobody does. So that's why I think we say no to Charlotte Street Park and yes to an alternative park as close as possible in Richmond. I personally think it should be in Cremorne, but let's have a look and see. So is there any other speakers in favour of the amendment? No, but now that we've exhausted the for and against, I can allow someone else to speak, which is Councillor Harrison. I can see has her hand up. You've got 3 minutes.
Look, I just want to reinforce the point that Stephen, the Mayor, has just made. We've had advice from a very eminent legal person about the flaws of going ahead with this. I think that it could cause major problems for council in the future. Council could be in VCAT or another court about this, and I really don't think that we can proceed with the road discontinuance. So that's my point.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Everyone's spoken, if I'm not mistaken. Councillor Aston, did you want to add anything?
No, Sharon made my points.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well then we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favour of Councillor Wade's amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Crossland, Councillor Wade. All those opposed to the amendment, Councillor Davis, Councillor Howe, Councillor Gomez, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Aston. That amendment is lost. So the Charlotte Street Park is as it is in the original motion. We'll now move on to Citizens Park. We have an amendment from Councillors Davies and Harrison. If the officers can please put that on the agenda. It's in yellow. It's a slight change. Councillor Davies, if you could just factually, don't speak to it at this stage, tell us what the gist of this amendment of yours is about. What's in it, just for the gallery as well,
Sure. The amendment is just to be specific of the needs for dog lovers, and the need for a park to accommodate both large dogs and small dogs separately. Yeah.
Councillor Gomez and Ho, do you agree with? Do you accept this amendment?
I accept the. I accept the amendment.
I do accept this amendment.
Thank you. That is accepted, and now it's part of the motion. We'll move on to the next, which is angled parking. We have one amendment. If we can get that on the screen from Councillors Harrison and Aston. And Councillor Harrison, obviously, again, 10 seconds or less, just explain what the gist of this amendment of yours is. It mentions Miller Street, Fitzroy North.
It just mentions
just into the microphone, if you don't mind.
It just mentions some specific locations, and then the idea that this needs to come to council for a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Gomez and Councillor Ho. Do you accept or not this amendment?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Okay, that's incorporated into angled parking motion. We now have the next section, which is on housing. There are no amendments to that, and that is to put back on the front gear, in fifth gear, the housing project next to, Collingwood Town Hall, another such potential on council land. There are no amendments, so we can just move on from that one. Animal feces. What an interesting topic. We have no amendments on animal feces. Shocking. So we can keep going. Meals. Do we have an amendment on meals? Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, I have an amendment on meals. This is an amendment to the entire motion, but it is to remove the clause section on meals.
Thank you. Councillor Gomez and Ho, will you accept that?
It's the wrong amendment on screen.
Oh, we're still on dog poo.
Yeah, we're still on dog poo.
Yeah, just move on.
I don't want to eat.
That's the first mistake they've made all night, and it's 9 minutes past 10.
Councillors, can we just I understand everyone's keen to keep going, but just let's wait for governance to catch up.
So we'll start this again. So we're on meals now. So the motion, the amendment from Councillor Mackenzie, it's quite clear, it's to take out that section. And I'm asking Councillor Gomez and Ho if they accept that.
I do.
Councillor Ho?
No.
Not at this stage. Only if they reject it, and then we have to debate it. So you're both accepting?
I do.
Thank you so much. Okay, so that section comes out. Thank you, officers. We're moving now on to advisory committees. With the proposal for 3 new advisory committees. And we have one amendment from Councillor Crossland. Councillor Crossland, can we put that amendment up first up, please, officers? Thank you. And again, if you could just factually, I'll give you 3 minutes in a sec, but can you just factually explain to the crowd and to the mover and seconder what the gist of your amendment is, please?
Sure thing. Thank you, Mayor. So the intent of this is to effectively defer the establishment of these committees until we actually do the review that's going to be happening as part of the advisory policy review. I think that just makes a lot of sense. But sorry, I'll stop talking now.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland. Councillor Gomez and Councillor Ho, I need an opinion on this, please, whether you're going to accept it or not, the amendment from Councillor Crossland.
I do not.
Councillor Ho?
I do not.
Okay, Councillor Crossland, have you got a seconder to your amendment? Councillor Wade. Councillor Crossland, you've got 3 minutes to speak to your amendment, starting now.
Fabulous, thank you, Mayor. So just to be clear from the beginning, I have no issue with the intent of the committees that are proposed. My thinking is, though, that there is quite a bit of officer time, there's money, and also community time and effort to establish these committees in the first instance. We know that there is a review of the council committee's policy that is coming up later next year, so around mid-year next year, and the intent of that is to make sure that committees and interest groups and project consultative groups, that the objectives of those aligns with the new council plan. I don't see great benefit in establishing any new committees at this point, knowing that there could be significant changes to what those committees are. We might be looking at a whole range of new ones. We might be including completely additional ones as well. We might be merging some. And I think it's quite disrespectful to community members to ask them to sign up to something, to come to maybe one meeting before that review actually happens, and then potentially be told, actually, this committee's been disbanded for a different one that you might not be interested in, or they might be. But it makes a lot of sense to me to actually just wait till that review is done.
Thank you, Councillor Cross and Councillor Wade, seconding the amendment.
Yeah, basically that. I just don't like to waste people's time. Some of these, I almost think, like, they're good intent. I like the intent, but I think will be folded into other ones, including some of the existing ones, you know, probably need to be folded together as well. So I just prefer not recruit people for something that might not carry on, because some of these potentially will merge with some of the others so that we have good, wholesome, full committees.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. I'll speak against the amendment. This was a part of the big motion that I personally put in, and I'll just speak to 2 of those suggested committees. I take the point that we are doing a review in 6 months' time, but 2 of those in particular, in fact all 3, but I'll just speak to 2. One is on the housing. We have an existential crisis in Victoria because the state government have told us they're literally going to knock down 40 plus high-rise towers, 12 of which are in the city of Yarra, and basically the residents of our public housing tenants, where almost every person of colour, almost every person who's short of money lives on those estates, they desperately need help. They're on their own. They've got the state government up against them, they've got the media, they've got the developers, and they've got certain political parties, not really necessarily reflected in the main in this council, and they desperately need help. And the point of that housing committee for me was, yes, we'll raise the broader issues that those of us who don't live in public housing have about housing, obviously, but we need to bring in public housing tenants into a council committee where we can assist them in their existential struggle to survive in the city of Yarra. On the third one, financial sustainability, lots of this motion involves spending money. Where are we going to get that money from? Well, hopefully we can repair our relationship with the state government, get a little bit from them, but we also have to look in the mirror as a council and see if we can find internally savings, not at frontline services, but in other areas. Maybe we can't. maybe we can. We have to have a look. And that's the point of that financial sustainability. And I don't think it can wait. Because the first thing I'm going to get asked by the media tomorrow, if this motion is passed, is where's the money going to come from? And having a financial sustainability committee voted on tonight and not deferred means that we can say, no, we are taking it seriously. Yes, we want more money from developers. Yes, we want more money from the state and federal government, but we're also going to look in the mirror ourselves. So I think that's why it's important to pass those advisory committees now. Is there any that's all I want to say on that. Are there any other speakers in favour of the amendment that would like to speak? Anyone else that wants to speak at all? Okay, well then we'll...
Sorry.
Councillor Aston, I do apologise.
Yeah, no, I also object to this amendment. I understand the point that, yes, we are going to be having a review, but the impetus behind these committees, particularly housing and financial sustainability, whatever the review holds, I would imagine that these being such a priority would be retained anyway, and I don't see the point in waiting another 6 months before we start engaging on these matters in seriousness.
Thank you, Councillor Aston. Is there any other councillor that wants to speak either way? Okay, well, we'll vote. All those in favour of the amendment from Councillor Wade, is it Councillor Wade? Councillor Crossland, I do apologise. Councillor Crossland's amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Wade, Councillor Crossland, Councillor, 2 votes. All those against the amendment, Councillors Davies, Ho, Gomez, McKenzie, Jolly, Harrison and Aston. That amendment is lost. So we now move along rapidly to safety at pedestrian crossings. If we can please, officers, there's a small amendment from Councillor Harrison and Aston, which adds an extra pedestrian crossing to that report. So I'm going to ask Councillor Gomez and Ho if they accept that amendment. I don't think it needs to be explained by Councillor Harrison. It's pretty self-explanatory.
I do.
You do, Councillor Ho, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. So that's incorporated into the motion. We're moving right along to...
Sorry, Councillor Jolly, I have another amendment to this one.
Yes.
Peel Street and Langridge Street don't intersect. I think...
It should say near the corner of Peel and Langridge. Well, actually, it does say near the
corners.
Because it's 10 metres from the intersection.
But they don't intersect. Does it mean on Wellington Street?
No, it's on the corner of... Actually, I do apologise. They've made a mistake. It should be Peel and Wellington. Near the corner of Peel and Wellington.
Sweet.
So it's near the Peel Hotel. So if the officers could just change Langridge to Wellington, please.
Sorry, that was how it was submitted.
If that was submitted that way, that's all on me.
Yeah.
So I do apologise. To all of the people here of Collingwood, if you're looking for a dodgy pedestrian crossing, it's there, not where I said it was. So it's not the officers that made the mistake, it was me. And thank you, Councillor Wade, for pointing that out. That's accepted, that amendment, is it?
Sorry, Major, so I need to accept this again?
No. Well, I suppose, yeah, just technically because...
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Ho?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's accepted. We'll move on, and thank you, Councillor Wade, for pointing that out. We'll move on to flood overlay. We've got 2 amendments, one from Councillor Harrison and Aston and one from Councillor McKenzie. I don't want to get into a pitch war at this late stage. Can both of you just tell me which one came first? Okay, Councillor McKenzie's... can we put Councillor McKenzie's amendment on the screen to this flood overlay, please? We're going to deal with that one first.
I've seen the other amendments, I've read them, so I think this is somewhat incorporated. It really just adds in just more information regarding the history of Yarra flood, taking into account that it came to council before election time and then new councillors like myself need more information.
Thank you. Councillor Gomez and Ho, will you accept that amendment?
I do not.
For more information. Sorry. Yeah.
You're not accepting it? No? Councillor Ho?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right then. Well, we'll have to get a seconder for that amendment. I'll second the amendment.
No, I think this is something I could probably request from officers. I think it would be beneficial to the whole council, though, for them to have it. But, if the amendment doesn't want to be accepted on what seems to be a principal position not to accept amendments...
I'm going to, as Mayor, I'm going to ask the CEO a question about your amendment, if that's okay. Would it be possible on delegation.
If you want to put your amendment first, and then I can put mine afterwards and see if we can get it in that way.
We might have another solution. I'm just going to ask to see if it's okay to ask a question here. Would it be possible, that information, if a councillor just asked, would that be okay? Does it need a resolution?
I do feel like I'm being caught in whether or not the amendment should be supported or not. My view is it's reasonable to ask for background information, and I would certainly be preparing information for council that reflected that. The whole basis of this motion is on the history, so...
Okay, so what we've got now, we're going to just do it in the order that we've got it because it's too complicated. So we've got an amendment from Councillor Mackenzie, which I'm seconding. It's not accepted, so it has to be debated. So Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to please speak to your amendment?
Yeah, so as I said, this is an ask for more information. I think that there's been some really valid points raised about the flood resilience. We do need to be prepared for the future, but we also need to make the right decisions. And I'm really keen that we get those decisions right. I think I'll be able to make better decisions if, along with the things that were asked for in this motion, thank you those who have written it. I also could ask for more information about the history of the project so that we can understand how it's changed between it coming in and now.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak as a second. I don't want to speak to it. It's self-explanatory. Would anyone like to speak against this amendment from Councillor Mackenzie? Would anyone else like to speak at all on this matter?
I'll just say,
Councillor Harrison?
I'll just say that I'm not sure that it's necessary. There's information out there. There was a report prepared for the July council meeting, so I just feel like the information's actually already out there, and so that's freely available to any member of the public, councillors, etc.
Anyone else like to say? Yeah, Councillor Wade.
I think it's just, there's stuff that we can find out, and there's stuff that we should find out, and I think what Councillor Mackenzie is trying to do here is just make sure that everybody reads the stuff they should read, and this is something that we really should know. I think that's what's going on.
Thanks, Councillor Wade. Any other councillor like to speak on this matter? Councillor Aston.
I would just suggest that the proposed amendment that Councillor Harrison and I have developed may actually account for what Councillor Mackenzie is requesting for anyway, just in slightly different wording.
Okay, well then, if the council will indulge me, I'm just going to ask the officers to put up the amendment from Councillor Harrison and Aston, because if that's the case, then we don't have to have this Barney at all.
You do, because it's a motion. You have to resolve the motion.
Okay, I'm told we have to, the die is cast.
Yeah.
Do you know what? How about I withdraw it and I'll put it back in after we've done the other amendment?
Okay, the motion is to withdraw, the amendment I should say is withdrawn by Councillor
so that
Mackenzie.
we can get more information.
And now we're moving on to the second amendment on flood overlay, which is from Councillor Harrison and Aston. Councillor Harrison, can you very briefly just factually explain what the point of this is?
This is really just seeking more information from Council about the capacity of the current network and the future capacity. So, yes, more information before it comes back to Council, because at some point we will need to make a decision. Okay.
Is this amendment accepted by Councillors
It is.
Gomez and Ho? Councillor Ho?
Yeah, I do accept it.
Okay. Councillor Mackenzie?
Okay, so I have an amendment just adding to the end of this after 20, what is 26 on there, I don't know how we do it, but, and so a report to be provided with council with respect to the matters relevant to the full understanding, maintenance upgrade works, and background information regarding the history of the Keeping Yarra Flood Resilient project.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Is that amendment accepted to Councillor Harrison and Aston? Yeah. Sorry, it would be, yeah, you don't amend an amendment. Councillor Gomez and Ho?
Yes.
Ho?
Yes, I do accept this.
Okay, so that's all accepted, and that is the flood overlay dealt with. Thank you, councillors. Moving right along to parking. We have one amendment that I've seen, and that is from Councillor Davies and Aston. I'll ask the officers, please, to put that on the screen. And if Councillor Davies could just very, very factually just explain what the gist of this amendment is.
Yes, the original motion was referring to Richmond, Boulevard, Lennox, Melbourne and Langridge wards. This amendment expands that to incorporate the City of Yarra, including those other wards.
Thank you.
Yeah, across the municipality. Thanks.
Councillor Gomez and Ho, can you please let me know if you accept this amendment?
I do.
Councillor Ho?
Yeah, I do accept it.
That is accepted, and that is parking dealt with. We're now moving on to Pocket Park community maintenance. There are no amendments to that, so that is also accepted. We're actually almost there. We're now moving on to proactive, discriminatory and offensive materials monitoring and removal. We have an amendment from Councillor Aston and Harrison. If we could please get that on the screen, officers. It's a very small amendment. That's not the amendment. We'll just give the officers a little time. They're doing a brilliant job here tonight. Okay, Councillor Aston, if the officers don't have it, could you maybe read it out or tell us what your amendment is, please?
I understand that there's perhaps some concern that wording such as acknowledging an increase might cause people to question where that perception comes from. Do we have any data? I think we had people here tonight who've clearly demonstrated their experience and how often they see those things. There's also lots of...
You just have to explain what your amendment is.
Yeah, okay.
You're getting into the debate.
Well,
have we got it?
So I think what we could do is say, and notes the presence of discriminatory and offensive stickering.
Okay.
Mayor Jolly, I'm not sure this is what you're intending. I think...
What I'm intending is that we have in front of us a
Otherwise, I'd be
part of
happy
the
to...
motion on this topic, and I was led to believe that there was an amendment from Councillor Aston and Harrison. In fact, the officers put it on the screen. That was mine. And for mine, it was something on the screen that Councillor Aston said wasn't the right...
Yeah, I did not submit that.
Okay. So let me try and provide a way forward. Okay, so we've got that up there, those two paragraphs. I suggest we take out acknowledges discriminatory and offensive stickering of community assets throughout the City of Yarra, and we take out an increase in, only because we've got no data. We've got anecdotal evidence that there's an increase, but we actually don't have any data. If any of us went on the media tomorrow and they said, prove to us that it's getting worse, we actually don't have that data. So it's a very, very tiny little amendment, and I'd hope...
Can I,
yes,
may I
CEO?
just check to see whether or not, for the record, we've got that. Are you proposing just to remove the words "an increase," or are you proposing to...
Yeah, that's all.
That's it, okay.
Okie skokie. All right then. Those two words coming out, would Councillor Gomez and Ho agree to that or not?
Sorry, Mayor Jolly, I'm not a very bright person. What are you actually asking me to...
I'm asking you to either accept or not accept the deletion of an increase, the words "an increase."
Okay, just give me 1 second to read it.
No problem.
I accept it.
Councillor Ho?
Yeah, after reading, I accept it.
Thank you to both of you. That is now the substantive motion. We've only got 3 bits to go here. We're now moved on to working group to address...
Sorry. Can I just suggest, like, discriminatory and offensive stickering and other graffiti? Because I don't think it's just stickering that's a problem, right?
Yeah, it could be spray paint.
Yeah. I also... Yeah, again, I'm sorry, I'm not sure who I'm directing this to, but and other graffiti, e.g. of, could we cut the words of community assets? Because I think it's broader than just community assets. Like, I think there's private stuff as well that probably people care about, right? So we do remove offensive graffiti from private property, I believe.
I mean,
I'm getting notes.
I'm sticking my notes where it's probably not wanted, but I think that's a very fair point of view from Councillor Wade.
That was just to clarify for governance, the deletion of the words of community assets.
If you put up a Nazi sticker on a private house, it will come down, but that's not incorporated in that motion.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Wade.
I'm asking the mover and the seconder. Yeah, I'm just throwing my two bob in for what it was worth. I know I shouldn't, but I did. It's up to Councillor Gomez and Councillor Ho to either accept or not accept Councillor Wade's suggestion.
So just to be absolutely clear, you asked me to accept the previous
You've already
amendment,
done that.
which I did.
Yeah.
And now you're asking me to accept
Councillor Wade's
another
put a
one.
new suggestion to you.
Whose amendment am I accepting?
Councillor Wade.
Either way, I accept it.
Okay, thank you so much. Have the officers got the words? Councillor Wade, maybe you could help them? Yep, excellent. Okay. And Councillor Ho, do you accept that change to the
Yeah, I
motion?
accept the change of graffiti.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic. The third last area is working group to address illegal raves along the Yarra River. We've got an amendment from Councillor Aston and Councillor Harrison. So I'm going to ask Councillor Aston to just factually explain what the changes are. Thank you, officers, for putting on the screen.
It's predominantly some language changes, so illegal to unauthorised, and the addition of wildlife as a stakeholder, but also that the most substantive change in this is that the working groups are extended to an invitation to event organisers, so that we could have a more open community dialogue to try and meet multiple needs of the community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Aston. Councillor Gomez and Councillor Ho, can you please let me know your opinion on whether you accept or not accept this amendment? Councillor Ho?
Yes, I accept it.
Okay, that's incorporated in. The second last area is climate change, which is about the leisure centres and the gas to electricity. There's no amendments on that I've received, so that stays as is. And the final section is on sports grounds, fees and charges. And again, we've received no amendments on that, so that's incorporated into the motion. So all the amendments are now finished. And now we come to the very, very final bit, which is the debate around the whole motion as amended. There is no right of reply because once the motion is amended, you lose your right of reply. I was informed by governance of that. We've had the mover, we've had the seconder, we've had all the amendments. So everybody except Councillor Gomez and Ho can now put their hand up if they want to speak to the overall motion as amended. You don't have to, but you're very welcome to. And there will be no right of reply. And then we'll vote on it, and that'll be the end of this agenda item. So would anyone like to speak? Councillor Harrison.
Very briefly, I just want to emphasise that this motion, yes, it's very long, but it addresses things that the community have been telling us over many, many months and even longer. So I really see this as an important step as a new councillor to set out direction and to address things that the community have been raising.
Any other councillors? Okie dokie. Councillor Mackenzie, I do apologise, far away.
Yes, and I will also speak briefly, but I did want to just note that, as I said at the beginning, that this has come about from the community during an election campaign where there is time to speak to a lot of people in our community. I am very supportive of some parts of it. Others I'm a bit sceptical of, but I really am waiting to see the information and to make sure that I have enough so I can make a good decision, which I will make in good faith. I trust my council colleagues and I trust the expertise of the officers at Yarra City Council that they will give us the right information we need to make our decision and that we're able to debate with each other about it. There are small parts of this motion. I appreciate we're voting through line by line, which I won't be able to support, not because I don't think that the evidence is there. I don't have it, and to me that's wrong. That's not good governance. That's not responsible, and it's not something that I will do when I sit in this chair for the next 4 years and however long you'll have me.
Councillor Wade, did you have your hand up? Thank you.
So I'm going to start by just expressing some concerns about the omnibus nature of this motion. And again, I just want to note, I hadn't seen this, I haven't had a chance to address it properly with my colleagues. I saw it for the first time in the FRA newsletter. I read it properly in detail for the first time yesterday. So I'm going to raise these things. I totally understand that people have different views, and so I but I think it's important to address these issues, and so I'm going to say them. I'm deeply uncomfortable with the format of this motion. I've spent almost every waking hour of the last 2 days trying to get to the bottom of where each of the 36 different points came from, the reasons behind them, and to try to put forward reasonable compromises, as we can see tonight. And I feel like everybody can agree we've tried to be pretty level in proposing those things tonight. But I haven't been able to make changes to everything that I would in an ideal world, or speak to all of the various aspects. I've done and I'm doing my best, but I didn't want to make a complete farce of the motion this evening, so I didn't do everything that I would in it if these have all come separately. It does mean that I would ask that in voting tonight, we're going to be doing this line by line. Again, that was also new to me. I originally thought we were voting for it on block as it was put, but it means that some things I'm not going to be able to tell you why I'm voting one way or the other. Please just ask me. If you're concerned about it, please just ask me, because I don't want people speculating against something that I haven't had a chance to say. I've never had to deal with 36 disparate motions in this way before. It might meet our governance rules, but I have some doubt about some aspects, and I certainly don't think it meets the ethical or governance standards our community or the state government expect of us. Operation Stand-In explicitly spoke about on-block motions like this, where even though we're going to be dealing with them like voting one by one, I don't think that remedies the underlying issue, which is that each clause hasn't had the due attention it would have received if they were individual motions and over a period of time that the people could have properly engaged with. I'm nervous by the very specific number, the specific ward and area references made. It's traditionally something we've avoided in notices of motion in the past at Yarra, because it's the sort of thing that can go down the path of corruption. Like instead of having those things go out through a formal consultation process, having certain areas decided, I haven't had to articulate this in the chamber before, so I apologise if I'm not doing it well. When you throw so much into a motion at once, it's just impossible for the community to crystallise on a particular issue or to give anything particular attention. It's like politically smart, fine, but I don't agree that it's evidence of a thriving democracy. It means you avoid scrutiny on individual decisions that in their own right are very important ones. Democracy of the kind that has been championed tonight is really leaning into representative democracy, and I would argue that there's flawed aspects to that I'm obviously not going to be able to talk about. But it's not grassroots, it's not direct, it's not participatory. I completely understand that things that people have heard while campaigning, you want to get action on them straight away, but the problem with things you've heard while campaigning is that somebody might be raising with you and somebody else doesn't know they have to. And that's why, as a general rule, we feed back these things to the community so people can say, oh hey, I know that's an issue for you, but I actually really love it the way it is, or I think we should take this direction. And that's why I think putting things up in this format is dangerous.
You're coming to...
When the five notice of motion responses come back in December, and I think it's about 16 in February, our community still won't have a chance to digest those properly. That's a lot of motions about lots of big decisions. I'm over time, but people have lives, and then we can't just expect them to stay at council meetings till 10:30, and I'm concerned that's going to happen again in February.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. Would anyone like to speak in favour of the motion? Councillor Davies? No. Yeah.
Thank you. Cheers. This is what good local government looks like. That's what this motion is. This is about listening to the community. This is about the mandate we hold from the campaigns in this political period this year. This is about a mayor with a vision to lead us into change. And I thank Stephen for being a big part of this. We knew this was coming. It was part of his campaign and part of his platform. We worked together to put this together. This is about putting an end to us and them, and about being about we, the community. This is about the council listening and acting decisively. This is putting an end to red tape and delays and putting things into action that serve and benefit our community. I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Would anyone else like to speak against the motion? Councillor Crossland, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I first saw the earlier version of this motion when it was on the Fitzroy Residents Association website, which is not particularly great. It's far from ideal. This motion includes 36 items over many different and disparate matters. In doing so, this motion doesn't provide a new direction. There's no clear vision. It's incredibly ad hoc, and the basis and rationale in many instances are incredibly unclear or just don't exist at all. I've tried my best to review and consider this motion as put, which honestly has been really challenging. There are several parts of this motion that I feel have real merit, whether it be like the lights of the Napier Street field, rotating council meetings at different locations to make them more accessible to different parts of our community. I also feel that several of the amendments to different parts of the motion have been an improvement. However, they could have been stronger with further amendments in my view. Similarly, there are several other parts of this motion that I would have liked to have the opportunity to further engage with, such as the housing component. This has not been possible due to the nature of this motion. I want to note my absolute concern at the prospect of gifting public land to private developers, which is what was previously proposed for the Collingwood Town Hall precincts, and through this motion appears now could be revisited. Public land should be for public use and not private development. Many parts of this motion includes things that are currently underway, such as the Brunswick Street Oval redevelopment and the review of Coppin Street bike-friendly pop-ups. Others could have readily been considered as part of other items that are going to be coming to us in the very near future, such as parking considerations as part of the curbside strategy and advisory committees as part of the 2025 review of advisory committees to ensure they are aligned with the objectives of the new council plan. This is also to be smart about our officer resources and where our funding goes. This is going to chew up a lot of time on things instead of actually going on the work, because we already know things are going to be coming to us in many instances. In particular, I'd like to draw attention to how bicycle instruction has been singled out. It's simply unclear why this has occurred, and I think it's really disappointing. In closing, I'd like to circle back to this motion having 36 items over many different and disparate matters, which significantly compromises the ability of both councillors and community to meaningfully and fairly engage and to even understand the basis and rationale of what's been included. It goes against the training that we have literally just received as new councillors, including the report by IBAC, Operation Sandown Special Report. We're completely at odds with the recommendations we've just been given on how we should not do things. This is not a good way of doing council business.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. I'm not going to speak in favour of the motion, and I'm not going to take any lectures from Greens, who at the last budget, with 5 minutes to go, put $400,000 into the budget, and they try to teach us about governance. The reason we had to do this motion is because of the mess of the last council, the disgraceful mess of the last council. The democracy issue. How could we turned it from 6 to 15. Exactly at the same time as we're writing letters to the state government saying, oh, you've got to let us keep planning. Well, we ourselves are doing their dirty work for them. We had to be taken to VCAT to be told by members of the disability community how bad we were with e-scooters. The city of Melbourne, which are way to the right of us, banned scooters. We haven't done that. We've gone for a middle approach. But we've had to rapidly clean up the mess that the last council did. In other words, they did nothing on e-scooters. Anyone who pushes a pram or is in a wheelchair, I'm not going to mansplain it to you. You know better than me what it's like. This motion immediately moves to fix that. No apologies to anyone in this room, especially to my colleagues on that matter. The Elizabeth Street bike lane. What we're saying is that the Albert Street bike lane would just continue down Elizabeth Street. It'd be exactly the same. The difference between Albert Street and Elizabeth Street as it is at the moment is you can overtake as a bike. And for the joy of giving cyclists the right to overtake on Elizabeth Street, well, then we just ignore the local community. So we want to tweak it to the way it is in East Melbourne. And there's one thing about the City of Melbourne. They do bike lanes a lot better than us, with the exception of Wellington Street. Bin collection and waste charge, we're making no apologies because we said it right from the start. The bin tax is a disgrace. We're going to get rid of it. The way that we shop nowadays with online shopping means that recycled bins are always full, and we should look as we can to go weekly rather than fortnightly. And it's an absolute disgrace. It's been apartheid that 500 homes in Abbotsford pay the same rates as everybody in this room and don't get the same bin services. It's a disgrace. And the fact that the last council, see no, hear no, speak no evil when it came to that trial, and I congratulate Councillor Aston for pushing that on the agenda and getting rid of that discrimination. And that's a brilliant thing. There are so many things in this motion that we should be so proud of. Angle parking. I can tell you in Fitzroy, my ward, it would have been disastrous. I've got 24 seconds left, I'm telling myself. It would have been disastrous for businesses and for homes in Fitzroy if we'd got rid of angle parking. And the final point is on housing. It's the worst thing that the last council did was walk away from the possibility of social housing. Remember what they told us 3 years ago? No, we're not going to do this, we're going to do something better. When you go home tonight, drive down Hoddle Street. Nothing's happened. Nothing has happened. I can tell you this council, something will happen. Because we are doers, we're not talkers. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this motion either way?
Yes.
Councillor Aston.
You jumped in before me. I think there are clearly some ideological, political, belief, value differences around the table. That's a good thing. That means that we are here to represent a range of different people and different perspectives from across the community. But it just so happens that this motion was the best way for the needs that we heard loud and clear throughout the election from people who hadn't otherwise been listened to people who otherwise felt that their needs and their values had been ignored. I know to some, like Sophie and Ed, it seems that certain elements of the community, say cyclists and people who use cycling infrastructure, have been singled out. But the Elizabeth Street bike lane, for example, when I heard that that bike lane made it impossible for people to practice religious observance at their Buddhist temple without any regard for people's, in wheelchairs, elderly people, like that just broke my heart. We are supposed to be a safe, vibrant, and inclusive community. That is the vision for Yarra. And when we have positions and policies that prevent that, that actively discriminate against the Buddhist community, for example, we can't have that. We need to look at more balanced options. We need to look at how do we meet the needs of as much of our community as possible. That is going to require trade-offs. That is going to be difficult. But this motion is a clear indication of our willingness to act on what the community has told us, on what they value, what they think is important. Yes, sometimes things will be difficult. Sometimes we will not agree. I understand that this has been a hard process.
30 seconds.
But sometimes, just because things are hard doesn't mean you don't do them.
Thank you, Councillor Aston. Everybody has spoken, so we're going to vote on the motion. There's no right of reply.
I know that. Just a clarity question from myself to you, Mayor Joly. Are we voting on the whole motion or each individual item on the motion?
Yeah, 35.1 of the governance rules says, and I'll read it, it's only one sentence, where a motion contains more than one part, and I think we can safely say this one does, a councillor may request the chair to put the motion to the vote in separate parts. I haven't been asked that, but if anyone asks me, I'm going to say no, because we've already debated it. So ask me if you want to, but it's my discretion. That's quite correct.
Oh, okay, but before you were saying we wouldn't do it as a whole, so we don't have to ask you because no one's asked you to do it as individuals anyway.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be voting it on it as a whole.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, okay. So we've had speakers, well, all the councillors have spoken. There's no right of reply because it's been amended. So I'm therefore just going to put it to the vote. All those in favour of the vote of the motion as amended, please raise your hand. Councillors Davies, Ho, Gomez, McKenzie, Jolly, Harrison, Aston. Those against, Councillor Crossland and Councillor Wade. That motion is passed. Thank you very much. Okay. We don't have much to go, but I do have to get a half-hour extension under 19.1 of the Act of the Governance Rules. Can one councillor please suggest a 30-minute extension? Councillor Gomez, seconded. Councillor Harrison. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Okay, I've been asked to have a short adjournment. The rest of the agenda items are going to be very rapid, but we will have a 3-minute break. Please come back in 3 minutes, the councillors. Okay, I've been told we can start without the CEO. So, Councillor Wade. We've got 3 business items. 7.1, instrument of delegation to the Planning Decisions Committee. Mr. Delosa. Where are you going? Oh, you're going there, sorry. I thought you were running away. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. Can we... Pardon? There is a submitter on 7.1. Do we have a submitter at 7.1? Mr. McCallum and Ms. Coveney. Glenn, just please, we're really late. Can you just come to the front as soon as you can? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I'll try and Pracy. I've already sent my stuff in. So I agree with the structure. 9 councillors, I agree with the officer's logic. One amendment I would suggest is to remove the exemption from referral if a proposal exceeds the discretionary DDO height by 1 storey under a DDO. I think it's inconsistent with the approach that's used for setbacks under a DDO, because those are also discretionary, and it makes that section about DDOs much more consistent. But I also think fundamentally it's inconsistent with Operation Sandon, because you're essentially making a concession. There's a trade-off involved, and I think it's pretty clear in Sandon that trade-offs need to be in public. They need to be minuted. So I think it's really important that that exemption is removed. When this was made, Sandon didn't exist. I think the 15 versus 6 objections has been dealt with by the previous item, so I'll just touch on the officer changes with regard to Section 87A. So I think that's really important. The compulsory conferences are a really common thing now. I think, and Ms Osmond might know the full answer to this, but I think it's about 60% of matters are settled at CCs these days. What I would suggest is, because there's not much difference between a full council meeting and a PDC these days, quorum-wise, it might be useful to consider perhaps bringing some matters that are timely from a CC into the full council meeting as a sidebar at the back, because that's already done for PDCs. And my experience in compulsory conferences is often the turnaround's really tight. Essentially, you're sent away for a week, you come back, and eventually a council consent is required. If there's a delay, it can be really problematic, and it can make the developers it worth the developers' while to just go to a hearing. And that's really bad, because hearings cost everybody a bomb and residents just need a resolution. Aside from that, I look forward to working with the council on improving planning processes, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. McCallum. Ms. Convey? Just press that button and you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Yes, I'll try and keep this brief. Congratulations, councillors, and thank you for letting me speak. With regards to this item, on March 22, Yarra removed the right for you to ask for your council to review a wide range of applications impacting your home or your business. Item 7.1 proposes to retain all the delegation authorities initiated in March 22, and it's presented as a fait accompli without evidence demonstrating clear benefits. It's a big ask to say to folks cannot be heard by council on applications adjoining their home or impacting their business, regardless of the number of objections. So, Sandon says that open and transparent council meetings are vital to council integrity, and when community members can clearly see and hear why the council's decision made, they are able to understand decisions and hold their elected officials to account. So this proposal doesn't put evidence as to how things have worked since March 1922 to support keeping the what was lost from the community in their ability to be heard before their councillors. In Yarra, 2023 was the highest cost per application for metropolitan councils at $5,344. Next highest is Dandenong at $4,663. Satisfaction across all council decisions has dropped from 66% down to 49% in the last set of KPIs. Building, planning, housing and developments is still the top issue in the customer satisfaction survey in 23-24. There was a planning review recommended by the Monitor, and we had an engagement with the Your Say, and a bunch of community groups fed back. This is like 12 months ago. We've heard nothing since. When will it be published? It's possible that can the planning review report address how other councils, which with costs per application consistently well below the City of Yarra, have managed to retain the right to be heard before council on a wider range of applications than is currently the case in Yarra. So yes, but fundamentally without that, one other item is when the decision authority is delegated, the how and the why of the decision was made must be available to the public in plain English. So as part of the planning review, can you look at whether the DAP meetings should be minuted so we know if there are trade-offs, what they were?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll leave you in peace.
No worries. Thank you. Officers, do you want to give us your report for this agenda item, please?
Can we ask some questions, Mayor Jolly? Or?
Do we have any questions from councillors to the officers in relation to 7.1? Obviously, I would imagine that because of the previous motion, there'll have to be a slight amendment. Mr. Delosa, you were saying to me before?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, because of the previous motion changing the number of objections from 15 to 6, we have got an alternative recommendation.
We'll need a councillor to move that, won't it? Yeah. Would a councillor please...
Sorry, Mayor Jolly, I do have some questions for the officers, if that's possible.
Okay, let's do that first. Yeah, far away.
This is the appropriate time to do it?
Yes.
Okay. It's probably a question to Ms Osmond, or the CEO can decide that. What was the original justification for the item that Mr McCallum raised, which is the granting of an extra storey on a building if it came to PDC? I think I'm unclear as to what the justification was for that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Mayor. So that requirement actually means that any application that exceeds a recommended height in a design and development overlay does come to the Planning Decisions Committee for consideration.
Thank you for your answer to the question. Have you got any more questions?
I do, yes. Ms Coveney mentioned that there's been no public response or public information on the planning review that was done as an outcome of the Monitor's time here. Can you provide some information on that?
Thank you.
Certainly, thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor, the service review has been finalised. We did commence briefing the previous council about the review, and we will be organising a briefing for councillors in the new year. So we will be releasing information about the service review in the new year.
Thank you. Any more questions?
One more. I may be getting this wrong, but there was some foreshadowing of a change in the way in which we will conduct significant planning decisions, where there would be an opportunity for the parties to a planning application to come together, have a discussion, which we would facilitate, but which we would not be involved in making a decision on. Is that correct?
So thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Mayor. That is looking into whether we would reinstate consultation meetings in some instances. That is something that we are looking into as to whether that's appropriate in some instances to reinstate. So we'll be looking more at that in the new year as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Well, I'm quite happy. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. It would be in regards to the change in delegation that was made by the prior motion. That's obviously going to have implications to the number of items that come to Planning Decision Committee meetings and likely result in an increase in the number of PDC meetings. I'd like to have an understanding if you can at this point in time, or if it's something you have to come back to us on, because that impacts the meeting scheduling for the entire year. And I want to know what meetings I may be excluded from because I do not have the capacity to participate in that many meetings, if it is 3 meetings a month.
The CEO said she'll take that question.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crossland, through you, Mayor. I think it's unlikely that there will be more Planning Decision Committee meetings each month, but it is very likely that the meetings will no longer have 1 or 2 items as they have more recently, and it's far less likely that a Planning Decisions Committee would not be required each month. So they're likely to be longer, but I don't know that we'll need more because there is still the ability for a planning matter to also go to an ordinary council meeting, which has always been the case.
Thank you, CEO. With that suggested amendment from the office, sorry, Councillor Wade.
Sorry, I had a question as well. It was about, so we're making this decision now. Does that mean that it applies from this moment? Like, so for example, if somebody's put in a planning application that, you know, officers were going to decide tomorrow, but it meets this threshold, will that mean it's now held till either, if officers can get together a planning report by the December meeting, which I kind of doubt because they're written in a different way when they come to councillors, that those people will be waiting effectively until February to have their matters heard?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. The delegation would take effect immediately, so it applies to any application that is currently with us that has not been decided. If it has more than 6 or more objections, it would then have to go to a Planning Decision Committee meeting. So yes, there would be some items that would have to wait until the February Planning Decision Committee, as we would not be able to prepare them in time for the December meeting, and in part that's also because we have to let people know and send out invitations with sufficient time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll move the amended officer recommendation. Thank you, officers, for answering the questions. Would anyone like to second that? Councillor Mackenzie, I don't want to speak to it. I think it's self-explanatory. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak in second? No? Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Wade?
Yeah, I'm just briefly, because I feel like we've already kind of covered this, but that last thing really makes me nervous. It makes me nervous about this whole thing, and it is why I'm going to vote against it again. It's just the threshold thing is, you know, we've got some of the applications we're talking about, they're not massive developers. They're like, you know, a small business who's trying to extend their trading hours. It's things like that. And so by saying, okay, you possibly applied months ago, you were about to have a decision made, and now you've got to wait until February to have your decision made, it has very real consequences. I had a small business at a PDC last year that said, you know, they hadn't been able to trade for the whole amount of time that they were waiting for their application to be decided. Like, that's a quite serious consequence of putting things to PDC, and that will continue throughout the year now that more things are going to PDC. PDC requires a big, long report that decisions that officers make internally doesn't require, which means that, yeah, some of these smaller, like Councillor Davis mentioned cutting red tape before, like this is like just introducing just a huge amount of red tape for some of those smaller applicants. So that's why I'm voting against.
Anyone like to speak on this motion from myself and Councillor Mackenzie? We've had one speaker against. Anyone like to speak in favour? Otherwise, I'll exercise my right of reply, but I don't want to. No? Well, obviously, you know, when you give more rights to residents, there's going to be some losers. And in this instance, it'll be those developers that stretch the limits of the local planning scheme and the state planning scheme, and as a result get 6 or more objections. That's the nature of the beast. There's always winners, there's always losers, but when you weigh it up, I think we're making the right decision. That's all I have to say. So we're going to have to vote on this now. So it's that a motion as amended by myself and Councillor Mackenzie. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Davies, Councillor Hull, Councillor Gomez, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Aston, those opposed, Councillor Wade and Councillor Crossland. Thank you. That is passed. We move on to 7.2. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor if she can just step in and chair this particular agenda item because I really need to go to the bathroom. And we've got one registration from Mr. Jackson, Paul Jackson. So while you're coming to the front, the three, I'll take over at 7.3, but it's right there. Thank you so much.
There's 5 minutes for this, isn't there? 5 minutes for three. Oh, great, wonderful. All right, thank you very much. When you're ready, Paul.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With regard to this, the governance report, I'm somewhat dismayed by the Audit and Risk Committee biannual activity report from January 1, 2024 to 31st of July 2024. You might be aware that Council have had a number of risk issues, one in particular being with regard to the Burnley Golf Course. I'd also remind you that this isn't the first major risk failure with regard to the Burnley Golf Course. The first one was not identifying the public risk issue of errant golf balls. So you've got two chronic failures. I know there's different people involved each time, but where I'm going to on this is that we've got an audit and risk report that, if you've actually read it, it tells you nothing. You don't know what's going on. And I would actually say that the audit and risk, this report, raises more questions than it does answers. Where in the report does it even cover that chronic risk failure? It was a failure of process. It was a failure to have internal controls and proper controls and processes and procedures in place. It was an abysmal failure, and that's acknowledged in the KPMG report. So I go on. There's more. It makes no mention of risk matrices, risk registers, risk strategies. It makes no mention of where we're at with that. It doesn't identify or mention when the last time all of those were reviewed, updated, and checked for implementation. Were the risk strategies implemented? Are they being implemented and up to date? So I would urge the council to, in this particular case, especially while you're so new and don't know what you're looking at, to actually say, no, we're not going to receive the report. Wait until you've got some representatives on the committee and you can actually then
30 seconds, Mr. Jackson.
You can then actually ask some questions and get, as many of you have said, get some more information. This is a serious, serious issue about audit and risk, and you need proper processes in place. And I can't tell you one thing from that report, and I challenge any one of you councillors to identify if you can find anything out from that. So, I mean, the very fact that we have the CEO and the CFO...
Mr. Jackson, that's time. Just finish that sentence, please.
...only offer oral reports. They're not even offering written reports to their committee.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you.
Hopefully I've got the point across. Thank you.
Thank you
but I
very
think
much.
it's in the best interest of the community.
Do we go? Let's just swap that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Are there any questions to officers in relation to 7.2?
I do, yes.
Councillor Gomez.
I must admit I do agree with Mr. Jackson. I've known him for a long time. He's a well-qualified CPA and he's got a nose for sort of issues that need to be looked at. And I do question also why the issues on the Burnley Golf Course weren't addressed in the risk and audit report. It was a multi-million-dollar project. There was an acknowledged failure of process. And there was an external review by KPMG.
So what's your question?
So the question is, How did the Audit and Risk Committee not address the issue?
And this is to Mr. Delosa?
It's to whoever can answer the question, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Just turn your button off there. Mr. Dodge, do you want to have a crack at that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Gomez's question, it's a timing issue. So, as was indicated before, the report is from January to July. The CEO did present a report to the council meeting in August about the whole matter, so it was publicly made available to the public. In the next biannual report, which will go from July to the end of December, it will have more information about that process. So it's purely a timing issue.
Thank you. Any more questions from councillors? No? Well then, I will ask for somebody to move the officer recommendation. You don't have to speak to it. You can just move it. Councillor Gomez. Well, we have already got those sort of filled out, haven't we? Yeah, Mr. Losa, that the councillors going on to what committees? Because that was sorted out last weekend. Pat, have you got that? No worries. So we're just going to get the names put up to the various committees. As you can see, the Mayor and Councillor Gomez are on the Risk and Audit Committee and so on and so forth. The councillors have all seen these. Are there any questions before we... Well, I'm just going to ask if there are any questions because we've just now had the names put up there. Councillor Wade, you look like you want to...
Yeah, I don't think I had seen all of these. A lot of them have a lot more names or a lot less names than they had.
That is correct. Yeah, that is right. And therefore, if you'd like to... I mean, we've got 5 councillors on the Business Advisory Group, 1 on the Disability Advisory Committee. By the way, I'll be at all of them as Mayor, but so if it's 1, it's actually 2. But the only option there is to vote or to just allow everybody to turn up, because my experience has been that most councillors don't turn up to every advisory committee because of workload. Councillor Mackenzie, just press the button.
Yeah, sorry, I think there's an error. So, Families and Children's Services Advisory. Oh no, sorry. I was reading it wrong. I was reading it with Heritage. Ignore me.
No problem. So, have you got a suggested way forward or proposal? No.
Could we also go back to the first page? Is the housing one on here as well for the ones that we would have just passed in the new motion?
That's down the bottom.
Okay.
There you are. There's the last 3. They're the 3 new ones. FYI. Okie skokie. Well, apart from the Business Advisory Group, like they're all, normal numbers of people. So the external ones, we've got 2 on the MAV, Councillor Gomez and Councillor Crossland. We've got 2 on the M9, which is not a road. It's the mayors of the 9.
I think Pat's got one for the screen.
Yep, that's myself and the Deputy Mayor. Metropolitan 9, it's the 3rd last one on the screen right now. And for the other external committees, we don't have anyone. So what I suggest is that I will take that as a big task of mine in the next few days to dragoon in the fashion of an 1800s dragooner in the docks of London, people onto the external committees rather than try and sort this out at this late hour tonight. Is that okay? Okay, with that in mind, I'm going to ask...
Hang on a minute.
Sorry, yeah?
Just from a governance perspective, if those names are not populated, there'll be no appointments. Can I suggest it is probably just for the period, because council will need to resolve this in December then. So for the ones that aren't appointed, can I suggest that council might consider adding the names for the VLGA, M9 and the MAV. The others, I think, can probably wait until December. But
well, we've got the M9 and we've got the MAV, so it's just the VLGA. Is there any councillor here that would like to...
Sorry, I don't want the VLGA, but I'm happy to take MTF if that helps knock some stuff out.
So we've got Councillor Wade on MTF, that's Metropolitan Transport Forum, Councillor Harrison on VLGA. Australian Local Government Women's Association, Councillor Harrison. We're really looking for the VLGA. Councillor Gomez has volunteered for that.
Okay, I can put my name up for the VLGA.
We've got two now for the VLGA, which is fantastic. Councillor Harrison and Councillor Gomez. Beautiful. They're very, very lucky to have those two councillors on that VLGA. We'll now move the motion. Well, can I just get somebody? You don't have to speak to it. It's just a technicality. Councillor Gomez, anyone like to second the motion? Councillor Harrison, would you like to speak to the motion? Yep. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. That's unanimously passed. We'll move on to the last business item, which is 7.3 Annual Grants 2025. Kerry McGrath, thank you. Any questions from councillors to officers on 7.3 Annual Grants 2025? Councillor Gomez.
I do. Yep, okay. I think I've spoken earlier before about the $150,000 grant to the Yarra Energy Foundation. Perhaps, Ms. Brooker, you could correct the error I made.
Mayor, earlier funding to the Yarra Energy Foundation is referenced at paragraph 2E in this report, in which it states the council earlier in this calendar year endorsed a $150,000 funding allocation to aid the Yarra Energy Foundation in its transition to self-sufficiency, and notes that this will be the council's final financial contribution to core funding to that organisation.
Could I ask just a question on that? I believe we used to also provide in-kind staff support. Is that included? I could be wrong.
No. Mayor, I'll hand over to the CEO to answer that question.
Thank you.
Councillor Gomez, I can't speak back to 2010, but what I can say is that since I arrived, there was a long-standing arrangement for operating funding, which was an amount that was given not in kind, but it was given to the organisation to run, and then there was also more flexible funding. So there was two tranches. The operating funding is the $150. So I think it was at about $400,000. I'm just looking at Miss McGrath. I think it was about $400,000 a couple of years ago, and it's been trending down. And as was noted, and that this year's budget was the last year for that, so that then that number would no longer be provided. For two reasons. One was this idea that the Energy Foundation was established and was always intended that it become self-sufficient, and so there was a view that time had come. And then the other was that from a good governance perspective, it is appropriate for public funds to be dealt with through a competitive, transparent grants process. And so that funding's now been ceased, and it is up to Yarra Energy Foundation to compete or participate in our grants program, which I fully expect that they would.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Mr. Councillor.
I do have some more questions. Sorry, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to have to get another extension of time because we've got 8 minutes to finish this and do two petitions. Thank you, Councillor Wade, the seconder. Councillor Gomez, all those in favour? That's passed unanimously. Councillor Gomez, with your questions, please.
The grants program, when someone receives a grant, are they required to provide an acquittal report?
Yes, they are.
Okay. One more question. We weren't. I certainly wasn't involved in the grants program in terms of the awarding of the grants. I shouldn't be as a councillor. How do we determine who makes up the panels of the committees that decide these programs or winners?
Thank you for your last question, officers.
Mayor, I'll answer the first part, then hand over to my colleague, Mr. Van Vliet. So the way that the process that's done at Yarra City Council is considered the best practice, where we keep the council at arm's length from the actual grants administration and assessment. So our process is that we recruit independent community panels who are considered experts in their subject area. If it's sport, they're related to sport. If it's climate and environment, and so on and so on. I'll let Mr. Van Vliet actually speak to the specifics of how they work through the process quite briefly. Thank you.
So there's an EOI process with the people that have applied to become a kind of assessment panel member, and for each of the different streams of the annual grants there's panels that are appointed, and they go through a process of training and explaining about how the Smarty grant systems work.
Thank you very much.
And one final thing, that we did subject our entire grants process to the audit committee with our independent auditors, and also recently reviewed the grants and have already implemented new administration enhancements that have shown that the expert legal advice we received was we're running what's considered to be the best process, and up there at the most cutting edge of how councils administer grants. So we avoid events that have happened at other municipalities and at other levels of government, which we haven't had any of those events here.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
We're looking for a mover for this motion. Councillor McKenzie, a seconder. Councillor Harrison, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just really quickly,
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you very much. Look, this contains a motion with a number of grants. A lot of them are arts grants. City of Yarra has, and I'll just say it, the best artists in Victoria living in it. The arts is a really hard area to make a living in, and so a lot of those people are struggling to stay living here. So I'm really pleased that this council has made movements towards wanting to do more about housing in our area, to support the people who will be receiving these grants and be making art that we can all be proud of. It's part of my favourite thing about City of Yarra. I know it's just a little motion, but I'm thrilled to move this.
Councillor Harrison, seconding the motion.
I just want to acknowledge the work that's obviously gone into reviewing all these things. There's a huge volume of work, it's very obvious, so I just want to acknowledge that, especially because it's obviously volunteers that are doing a lot of the work too.
Any speakers against? Any other speakers that want to speak? I'll move that, then we'll vote on that. All those in favour of the motion? That is passed unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, officers. Yes, and everybody who's staying. We've just got one other thing. Petitions and joint letters. I'm led to believe there are two petitions, both from the Hoddle ward. So I'll hand over to Councillor Wade to present both of the petitions.
Yes, Mayor, there is a petition which is a kind of double-barrel petition on the Salvation Army Hall on Mater Street that is requesting the Salvation Army address the unsightly and unkempt look of the property. And there's another barrel to that petition which asks for the Streets to Art graffiti program to be ended. And then the other motion I have, assuming we're happy to table them both together, or...
Let's just do one.
Okay, sure.
Just for the
first one, which is the double-barrel Salvation Army one, two-parter, I move that we table that.
Okay, we got a seconder for that motion, that we accept that motion. Councillor Gomez, all those in favour? That's passed unanimously. Second petition, please, Councillor Wade.
The second petition is a petition containing 17 signatures from residents that are requesting that Council consider making Alexander Street a cul-de-sac. I move that we table that petition.
Seconder, Councillor Gomez again.
Sorry, technically it's accepted, noted and referred, but I'm assuming we're all speaking the same language there.
Yep. So it's referred to the officers. Anyone want to speak against? Any other speakers? Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Everybody, that's unanimous. Thank you for those two petitions. Do we have any questions without notice from councillors? Do we have any delegates' reports from councillors? Do we have any general business? Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, is it that a motion? So I just wanted to, so maybe this is a motion, Patrick, I'm sorry, I just sent it to you, that Council acknowledge the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and note that Yarra City Council is committed to a future where all members of our community are protected and safe from gender-based violence at home, at work and wherever they are. The 16 Days of Gender-Based Violence is a global campaign led annually by UN Women. It runs every year from 25th of November, the International Day of Elimination of Violence Against Women, to the 10th of December, Human Rights Day. And I would just move that motion in general business.
Can we get it on the screen? Councillor Wade is seconding that motion. Officers, just before we go any further with this motion,
Yeah, sorry.
maybe just get it. There it is. It's on the screen. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Wade. Did you want to speak to that? You've got a second.
Yeah, I think that this is something that Yarra City Council was engaged with last year, and I believe they have an event about it tomorrow. Already this year in Australia, more than 50 women, and it is not just women who experience gender-based violence, but they are predominantly the people who experience gender-based violence in a way that leads to their death. More than 50 women in Australia have died this year, allegedly at the hands of a partner, an ex-partner, or somebody who wanted to be their partner. And I am really lucky. I feel really safe where I live in my part of the city, but I know that's not the experience for everybody. We've come a really long way in City of Yarra, before it was City of Yarra, but it was probably before I was even born. But we still have a far way to go. So, yeah, and I know this is something the council has always been very committed to.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Wade?
Oh shit, sorry, my mic's still on. But it's still on in a really good way. Just want to compliment is not the right word, but it's late at night, and so that's the word I've got. Compliment Councillor Mackenzie in putting up this motion. I think it's an excellent motion. I'm really glad that you sent that through at the last minute. I like that it's broad, at home, at work, wherever they are. I think that's something really important and something that we can all agree is worth recognising. So thank you for bringing it, and I commend this motion to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. Anyone else want to speak on this motion?
I just want to add, I think it's an incredibly important issue, and I'm glad you've raised it. Yeah, fully support it.
Okay, anyone else?
I just commend it.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour of the motion from Councillor Mackenzie and Wade? That's passed unanimously. Colleagues, do we have any urgent business? Well, I have great pleasure at exactly 23:30 to say this is the end of the meeting. We'll see you in December. Thank you.